All right, good evening. I'd like to call this Pleasanton Unified School District Board meeting to order at 6:06 p.m. Sorry for being a few minutes late. We had to wrap up a couple of closed session items. And tonight we'll have our student trustee lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please. All right, it's our custom here to do introductions, so I'll start with Assistant Superintendent Namarta.
Good evening, Namarta Grewal, Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources.
Good evening, Ahmed Islami, Assistant Superintendent of Business Services.
Good evening, Ed Dialazzo, Deputy Superintendent, Educational Services.
Good evening, Philippe Dimitriev, Student Board Trustee.
Hello, Mary Jo Carrion, Trustee Area 1.
Good evening, Charlie Jones, School Board Trustee for Area 4.
Good evening, Lori Walker, School Board Trustee for Area 2.
Good evening, Kelly McCashi Serena is Vice President this year. Thank you.
And Justin Brown, a Trustee and serving as President this year.
Welcome, Maurice Geisels, Interim Superintendent. Thank you for coming.
Patrick Gannon, Director of Communication.
All right, moving on to action taken in closed session. So in closed session, something happened to my microphone here. Try that again. All right, I guess the feedback stopped. In closed session, the board voted unanimously to approve the appointment of Citali Sedano Jimenez, Vice Principal of Valley View.
Thank you, President Brown, trustees, Interim Superintendent, Dr. Geisels, Cabinet, and the Pleasanton community. I am deeply honored and very excited to accept the role of Vice Principal at Valley View Elementary. I look forward to working alongside Ms. Withers to support and enhance both the English only and dual language programs at the school. To my Mustang community, estoy comprometiéndome a asegurar que cada estudiante se siente valorado, cada miembro de personal se siente apoyado, y cada familia se siente involucrada. I am committing myself to ensuring that every student feels valued, every staff member feels supported, and each family feels involved. I cannot wait to get to know and serve the students, staff, and families of Valley View Elementary. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity.
Excellent. I guess the feedback is back. All right. And it's gone again. In closed session, the board voted unanimously to approve the appointment of Lorianne Casillas as Program Supervisor for Special Education. Welcome.
Hello. I'm very excited by this opportunity to join the Pleasanton Unified School District and become part of our mission to educate, inspire, and empower our children and their families. Thank you for making me part of this important endeavor.
Excellent. All right, moving on to action in open session on closed session items. We normally do items related to readmission in open vote. So I'm looking for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the readmission for the internal case number 2024-2025.001.
I'll second.
All right, thank you. Board trustees, I'll just do a roll call vote. Trustee Carrion?
Aye.
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 And aye for myself as well. So that's a 5-0 vote. Okay, thank you very much. All right, so we'll move on to approval of the agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
All right. All right, first and seconded. We'll just vote electronically. Oh. All right, maybe we'll just do a roll.
Well, but Justin, I think we moved one item up. Lenita said she was going to move up Tony Dennis, is that?
Okay, yes, we can do that. So why don't you make a formal motion before we vote?
I'll make a motion to
Move item D on
up.
recognition up.
To be the first item.
Okay, all right.
Second.
Any other changes to the agenda? Okay, hearing none. Are you ready? Okay. All right. All right, that passes 6-0. Agenda with item D moved up on the recognition side. All right, let's see here. All right, next item is around board Q&A. So it's customary for efficiency of the public process that we try to publish any questions from trustees back to staff prior to the meeting. You'll find those under item 5B, and both the question from the trustee, anonymized, plus the response from staff is posted to the agenda. All right, moving on to one of the significant parts of the evening, and glad to see the full room here, is around recognitions. So we're going to start with Project Lead the Way, District Coordinator Tony Dennis, item D. Yeah.
Okay, good evening, everyone. After a remarkable career devoted to inspiring young minds, Tony Dennis is retiring from Amador Valley High School, leaving behind a legacy defined by passion, innovation, and an unwavering commitment to student success. It is with deep admiration and gratitude that we recognize the extraordinary contributions of Tony Dennis. As the lead teacher for Project Lead the Way, for the entire Pleasanton Unified School District, Tony has not only taught engineering and mathematics, he has transformed the way students engage with STEM education. His classroom has always been more than a place of learning. It's been a hub of discovery, creativity, and purpose. His students are so energized by what they learned that they carry their excitement beyond the classroom walls, sharing their insights with peers and teachers alike throughout Amador. I could feel the palpable energy from his students who were in his clubs. He advised when they would speak to me about Mr. Dennis. What makes Tony exceptional is not just his deep knowledge of engineering and mathematics, but the way he connects with students of all levels and backgrounds. Tony has an uncanny ability to reach every individual, making every student feel seen, valued, and capable. His lessons are rooted in real-life application, challenging students to think critically, engage with their environment, and see the relevance of their learning in the world around them. In 2024, Tony spent his spring break in Panama with a group of students helping build a new school for the children of a small town, a passion project that he coordinated on his own, which gave his students the hands-on experience of putting engineering principles to practice while helping the global community. His door and his heart have always been open. He sponsors multiple clubs, hosts community information nights, and has played a vital role in educating parents and the district leaders about the importance and impact of STEM education. Through his efforts, Tony has helped raise thousands of dollars to expand the Project Lead the Way program, ensuring that future generations of students have access to top-tier resources and opportunities. The true measure of Tony's influence is found in the relationships he's built. Former students regularly return to Amador to thank him, not just for what he taught them, but for how he inspired them. His impact echoes through their academic past, their career choices, and personal growth. Kai Gottschalk, who's in his third year at Cal Poly, said, "Mr. Dennis was an incredible mentor and teacher who would always encourage us to go above and beyond on our engineering projects in and out of school. He would stay after school, help us laser cut parts, and let us record videos in his room for Amador UAVs, and support us whenever we needed it. His knowledge and experience was and is an inspiration to all of us as we grow in our career and lives." Rachel Smith, who's from the class of 2026, said, "Mr. Dennis is easily the best engineering teacher in all of PUSD. I had the privilege of being in his Principles of Engineering class last year, in addition to having him as a club advisor. He is the best teacher you could ask for, able to ensure everyone knew the necessary prerequisites for a topic. As a club advisor, he was always easy to work with, supporting us to the best of his ability, whatever that was, through advice, his presence, or reminders about paperwork that needed to be done. PUSD will be losing a core member of the AVHS engineering department, when Mr. Dennis leaves, and his students, past and present alike, will miss his presence in the G building. Even before joining Amador, Tony's reputation for excellence preceded him. As someone who had heard about his work while serving as the administrative secretary at Harvest Park, I felt compelled to support his program. Once I arrived at Amador, I had the privilege of witnessing firsthand his extraordinary teaching and heartfelt commitment to kids. Watching Tony in action was nothing short of mesmerizing. His passion, energy, and belief in his students were evident in every lesson, every conversation, every smile he shared. Tony Dennis is quite simply the heart and soul of Project Lead the Way at Amador Valley High School. His legacy will live on in the countless students he has inspired, the educators he has influenced, and the program he helped build from the ground up. As he embarks on his well-earned retirement, we celebrate his outstanding career and thank him for the indelible mark he has left on our community. Congratulations, Tony. You have made a difference. You are the difference.
Come forward, Tony.
Can I say something first?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I just want to add that when I was a second grade teacher, Tony came into my class and he helped inspire me and inspire my students. So even in the elementary levels, he was phenomenal. So thank you very much for your dedication.
We'll let Lori lead.
I want to make sure that I
While Tony collects his thoughts, he was our 2015 Teacher of the Year for Pleasanton as well. Tony, don't go away.
All right. I'm sure, Tony, you spent many years talking to students, and it's very heartwarming that you'd thank your wife for all that support. So thank you. All right. So moving on to. Unfortunately, Trustee Walker has to catch a flight for her daughter's graduation. So we respect that. But she wanted to make sure that she was here for Tony. So, all right. Moving on to community of character integrity. I'll pass it over to our Assistant Superintendent of HR.
All right. Thank you so much, President Brown. We're pleased to honor our PUSD team members who model our community character traits of responsibility, compassion, self-discipline, honesty, respect, and integrity. It's important for each of us as educators and professionals to model the character traits we strive to instill in our students. We're so proud to recognize a number of individuals this evening nominated by their peers who have embodied the character trait of integrity. So some of our nominees were not able to join us. I'd like to congratulate from Fairlands Elementary Technology Specialist Dheeraja Bandula, who couldn't be here. Congratulations to Dheeraja. And now to those who are in the room, so our trustees can come on down because they'll be shaking hands. When you hear your name called, please come up to receive your recognition. First, from Donlin Elementary, School Counselor Rachel Becker. Rachel demonstrates unwavering integrity and exceptional dedication as a school counselor. Ms. Becker consistently goes above and beyond to ensure every student feels seen, supported, and valued. Her positive and student-centered spirit creates a welcoming space where students are empowered to grow emotionally, socially, and academically. Her actions always reflect her deep commitment to doing what is fair, even when no one is watching. Thank you for being a shining example of integrity and heart in action. Thank you, Rachel. Stay here, please. Okay. Also from Donlin Elementary, Resource Specialist Maureen Millerick. Maureen? Maureen has consistently demonstrated unwavering integrity and a clear commitment to doing what is right for students. Her decisions are always guided by fairness, reason, and a strong moral compass. She is deeply invested in creating a positive and equitable environment for all students. She approaches every challenge with thoughtfulness and balance, ensuring that every voice is heard and respected. Maureen's professionalism and genuine care for student well-being and success set her apart as an exceptional leader and advocate. Congratulations, Maureen. Next, from Fairlands Elementary, 5th grade teacher Abby Sneed. Abby is an inspiring teacher and dedicated student council leader. Through passion, creativity, and care, she empowers students to grow as learners and as leaders. Her citizen action projects uplift her class and our entire community. Thank you, Abby, for being such a strong, positive force at Fairlands Elementary. And now from Harvest Park Middle School, first up is Spanish teacher Jill Hoops. Jill exemplifies integrity through her kindness, generosity, and unwavering dedication to her students and school community. She ensures her students are well prepared for high school, creating a classroom where they flourish academically and feel supported personally. Jill's leadership with the Latinx Club and her role in facilitating conversations with Spanish-speaking families highlight her commitment to inclusivity, connection, and doing what's right for every student. Congratulations, Jill. Also from Harvest Park, science and PE teacher Adam Puppick. Is Adam in here? Okay, it looks like maybe Adam couldn't join us, so we'll move on to, also from Harvest Park, 7th grade English Language Arts and History teacher Shaheen Prasad. Shaheen exemplifies integrity through her deep commitment to her students' growth and well-being. She sees and nurtures the best in each student, setting clear, high expectations while creating a caring and supportive classroom environment. This lasting impact is evident in the way former students return year after year to visit her, a testament to the meaning connections she builds and the trust she inspires. Congratulations, Shaheen. And now we will take pictures. So trustees, if you could step up, and our recognees could join in the front. We'll just line you all up in front. And friends, family, colleagues are welcome to take photos if you wish. Patrick will take the official photograph. Okay, another round of applause for all of our awardees. Congratulations, everyone. Thank you. Good job.
All right, I'm going to take the next item. President Brown, thank you very much. So what an amazing time of the year that we get to celebrate our amazing Pleasanton community. So we just celebrated some of our staff. Now on to some amazing students. So I'd like to bring up our principals, please, to introduce the 2025 valedictorians and salutatorians from Amador Valley High School, Foothill High School, and Pleasanton Virtual Academy. Please come up. So we'll go in order. So we have Principal Junior Yee from Amador Valley High School, and then we have Jessica Bisagno, our Vice Principal at Foothill High School, and then Heather Pereira, our Director of Educational Options, will go third. So Mr. Yee, it's all yours.
Thank you. Good evening, President Brown, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Geisels, Executive Cabinet, and the Pleasanton community. It is my distinct honor to introduce this year's salutatorian, a student whose brilliance is matched only by her passion for service, creativity, and leadership. As president of Step Up, she has championed girls in STEM and is inspiring the next generation of Amador leaders. Through ACE Coding, the community service coding club she leads, she has brought the power of programming and helped provide opportunities and access to students across the city. As editor-in-chief of Lighthouse Literary Magazine, she has nurtured artistic voices and curated a publication that has gained national recognition. She was also the engineering captain for Science Olympiad, leading her team through complex challenges like the robot tour and helicopter events with ingenuity and determination. A National Merit Scholar and finalist, she represents the highest level of academic excellence and intellectual curiosity. She will accomplish great things next year while attending UCLA. Please join me in recognizing Amador Valley's salutatorian, Helen Huang. It is my great privilege to introduce this year's valedictorian, a scholar, leader, and change maker whose compassion and intellect have left a lasting impact on our school and beyond. A National Merit Scholar and U.S. Presidential Scholar, she stands among the most accomplished students in the nation, but her excellence extends far beyond the classroom. As president of the No Child Left Behind Tutoring Club, she has led efforts to provide free, high-quality academic support to elementary and middle school students across our district, living proof that success is most meaningful when it lifts others. Her dedication to service also shines through her work as president of Art for Animals, a nonprofit she helped lead to raise funds for animal charities through creative, conservation-focused craft classes for young children. As a valued member of the Science Olympiad team, she helped her team qualify for the state competition, while also earning the distinction of a two-time Amy qualifier, a huge accomplishment in the world of competitive mathematics. And through her interdisciplinary research at UC Santa Barbara, she explored the intersection of artificial intelligence and education, demonstrating not only a commitment to discovery, but to shaping a more equitable future. She is thoughtful, driven, and deeply kind, and we cannot wait to see what she'll do next while attending Stanford University. Please join me in recognizing Amador Valley's valedictorian, Angela Zhang.
All right, good evening. I'm honored and privileged to introduce Foothill High School's salutatorian, Dhruva Bhatt. One of Dhruva's favorite memories from high school is participating in Model UN, and his favorite classes were AP Chemistry and AP Biology, where supportive teachers continued to develop his curiosity for science. Druva was also on our California State Champion We the People team, has played violin in our orchestra for all 4 years, was president of the Neuroscience Club, and enjoys getting boba with friends. This fall, Druva will attend UC Berkeley to study biomedical engineering. Druva Bott, our salutatorian. I'm also extremely proud to introduce Foothill High School's valedictorian, Ahana Biswal. We asked her what her favorite class is, and she said there's no way she could pick one because she had such amazing teachers like Dr. Morris, Mr. Lipman, Mrs. Dagan, Miss Sohn, and Senora Spina. Ahana is a completer of the patient care pathway in our CTE program, volunteers at Kaiser, was active in Science Bowl, Math Counts, and the Psychology Club, and can speak 4 languages. She's had a lot of fun with her friends at Foothill, from school rallies and everyday lunches to getting boba after school. She and Druva are friends, it's great. And Ahana will be attending UCLA in the fall, majoring in psychobiology.
All right, we made it. Thank you for having us here tonight. I'm going to tell you a little bit about our salutatorian. Unfortunately, she couldn't be here this evening. Miss Addison Gawanalak. Addison's dedication and resilience have set her apart from her peers. Addison has taken classes outside of PUSD at Las Positas College to pursue her interest in nutritional science. She has even shared that passion with us in PVA through her Wonder Week project, teaching other students about the importance of nutrition and how different food systems influence nutrition in our world. We know that she's got a bright future ahead of her, and we just want to send her some congratulations. So congratulations, Addison. And then our valedictorian, Miss Aparajita Kantak. Aparajita, your unwavering dedication to learning, passion for helping others as a peer tutor, and willingness to go the extra mile have made a lasting impact on our school community. Aparajita's success as valedictorian is a true reflection of her hard work, the kindness and the integrity that she brings to everything she does. We're very, very proud of her and want to congratulate her on this achievement. So, Aparajita.
All right, how about another hand for our amazing students? Students, go ahead and stand in front of the trustees and we'll take pictures. Parents, please feel free, move around, get up here and take pictures of your children. It's an amazing accomplishment. And we will have an official picture from Mr. Gannon, who's walking up. Mr. Gannon, there he is. I think the parents will be here all night. Come on, get up there, Mr. Gannon. Thank you, guys. Thank you, parents. Right, another hand, please. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, I wanted to do all three together because I think it's important that we recognize all our high schools. And next week we'll be busy doing high school graduation, so we look forward to seeing them there. It also gives me insight as to why we have so many boba restaurants in Pleasanton. All right. Let me see. One quick second. All right, so I have the esteemed honor of introducing the next topic, which is around the student board recognition. So every year we have the pleasure of having representatives from each of our high schools and middle schools at regular board meetings, and they provide us updates to the board and community through the school year. Having these young leaders dedicate many hours to attend our meetings to share the news and events as representatives of their schools is greatly appreciated. And the reason for this is students are very much at the heart of everything we do. We as a board, all of the administration, the teachers, all of our classified staff are here to serve the students. So hearing from the students themselves, although we also have a fantastic student board member that sits up here, hearing from the student representatives themselves of what's going on at each of the schools is also very important. So as I call your name, if you're able to join us, please come up and be recognized. Please join me in thanking Amador Valley High School student representative, Taylor Kahn. Foothill High School student representative, Aiden Chow. Middle College student representative, Jeff Corzo. Village High School student representative, Logan Farmer. Pleasanton Virtual Academy representative, Aparajita Kantak and Noor Kakati. Hopefully I got that right. Hart Middle School representative, Araceli Herrera. Harvest Park Middle School representatives, Saya Kim and Hudson Gray. And last but not certainly least, Pleasanton Middle School representatives, Aiden Roche and Pratishta Patanay. As we sit down, I'd be remiss also not to thank all the great teachers and vice principals that are here supporting their students and provided them the coaching throughout the year. So thank you for that as well. All right, so moving down the list, we have the Alameda County Office of Education Expanded Learning Greenside Award to Donlan Kids Club and Vintage Hills Kids Club.
Yes, and we're going to have our Director of Early and Expanded Learning, Monique Lepard, to introduce this item.
Good evening, President Brown, Board of Trustees, Interim Superintendent Geisels, Cabinet, staff, and community. It is my pleasure to introduce from the Alameda County Office of Education, Ms. Monica Dennis. Monica is the Program Director, Region 4, STEAM and Expanded Learning Programs, and she is here tonight to present some awards to members of my team. Over to Monica Dennis.
Thank you, Monique. Good evening, trustees and members of the Pleasanton Unified Community. I'm Monica Dennis. As Monique had said, I'm the Program Director for STEAM and Expanded Learning Programs, and I'm representing the Alameda County Office of Education, and I'm honored to present the Expanded Learning Green Side Award to the Kids Club programs at Donlin and Vintage Hills Schools. This is the first in the state to be awarded for expanded learning programs. This award celebrates the dedication and creativity of site coordinators and their teams, whose programs have brought environmental education in an engaging and impactful way to their students. At Vintage Hill, site coordinator Heidi and her team created meaningful learning opportunities around sustainability, from farm-to-table experiences to exploring impactful ways to prevent plastic pollution, making them hands-on and engaging for their early learners. Additionally, at Donlin, Tammy and her team have infused environmental themes into cultural celebrations. During Hispanic Heritage Month, students were challenged to create a cardboard guitar as a fun way to create an engaging way to practice, reduce, reuse, and recycle mindfulness. But programs like these don't just happen. They're built on the foundation of strong and visionary leadership. This leadership starts with Monique, the Director of Early and Expanded Learning Programs here at PUSD. Monique is leading the way in aligning after-school programs with California's vision for a 9-hour school day, ensuring that enrichment and academics is extended beyond the traditional classroom and into after school. She's expanded opportunities for students by building collaborative partnerships, streamlining operations, and ensuring programs are inclusive and high quality for all PUSD. Her work just doesn't benefit Pleasanton, it reflects and contributes to the broader expanded learning ecosystem. Please join me in congratulating Heidi Maher, Tammy Schlesinger, and their amazing teams for this well-earned recognition. And thank you, Monique, for her extraordinary leadership and commitment to the success of students. Together, you're setting a powerful example for all the state and an example of how expanded learning can be. So thank you.
Yeah, we'll come forward with the banner. We'd love to get a picture.
I didn't realize this was a state award.
This is the state. Yes. All you guys now need to move up. Everyone's gone. Move up. Congratulations. Wow. These powerful ladies.
All right. The great thing about tonight is we get to recognize a lot of hard work that happens throughout the year. These type of programs don't happen overnight. And although we're presenting at the end of the year, it's a lot of work throughout the year to get to this point. So congratulations again. Moving on to the final recognition for tonight, which is recognition of the Letters program, both the trainers and the teacher participants. And I think, David, you're speaking to this?
I'll tee it up first, President
Okay,
Brown.
go ahead.
You teed it up for me. This one did not happen overnight. So we are really proud to introduce. So LETTERS, for those of you who don't know, stands for Language Essentials for Teachers of Reading and Spelling. It's a comprehensive research-based professional development program focused on the science of reading and language comprehension. Now in its 4th year in Pleasanton, 28 dedicated educators are being recognized this spring for completing 144 very rigorous training, significantly impacting their instructional practices and student literacy outcomes. So I invited up our Director of Elementary Education, David Schrag, to introduce the facilitators and the team that's just done excellent work in the LETTERS program. So, Mr. Schrag.
Thank you, Mr. Dialazzo. Can you hear me? Good evening, Interim Superintendent Geisels, Board of Trustees, Executive Cabinet, staff, and community. As Mr. Dialazzo said, these amazing teachers continue to improve and refine their practice. These teachers have been through a 2-year program of 96 hours of online coursework and 48 hours of in-person training. And teachers who have been through the LETTERS express it as one of the best professional development experiences they have been through, and that is the first time in their career which they've received such extensive training in reading. Many teachers equate it to kind of like a master's program in literacy, so we're very excited to continue to provide this. I'm very proud that after 4 years we have nearly all of our K-2 teachers trained in this, and this particular cohort of teachers was many special education teachers, so we're very excited to continue our collaboration and alignment with our special education educators. So the exit surveys showed that the impact on the daily pedagogy and student reading outcomes has been huge and impactful. So we would like to recognize them. They did not show up tonight, but they were here earlier for some cake right after school, and so we wanted to make sure we recognize them. I just want to make sure that no one is here tonight if you're for a LETTERS trained teacher. Okay, just want to make sure that if you came for a quick recognition, but would not be possible without our amazing facilitators. And again, our goal has been to build our own internal capacity to provide this training. So 5 years ago, these 4 amazing educators took a leap of faith and started their journey with LETTERS with the goal to bring it back to the district as in-house trainers. Each of these ladies have put in tremendous amount of time and effort beyond their daily work schedule to receive advanced training and become accredited facilitators of the program. Their dedication and drive to support teachers and students is the reason this professional development has been so successful. So we'd like to recognize Amanda Sirachi, Andrea Karstensen, Erica Rich, and Lisa Ayambule for their amazing ongoing work. So in their absentia, I just want to recognize them and say amazing work. And again, something about our staff that's amazing is that these are all amazing educators who have made this 2-year commitment to get better. So it is another symbol of kind of we have never stopped striving for improvement and excellence. So I want to recognize our staff for that. So thank you very much, and appreciate the time to honor them. Yeah, they're not here. All right. Thank you.
All right, we just need to start bringing cake to board meetings, I guess.
I know. Yeah.
Not that at least 2 of us up here have a sweet tooth, so. All right. All right, you're self-identifying yourself. There you go. All right, moving on. Thank you very much for all of the recipients tonight and all of the great accomplishments throughout the year. We'll move on to our associations, and we'll start with Evan Browning from APT. Welcome. And just as an acknowledgement, thank you very much for our comedic gift. It's actually the brand I prefer, so this is great.
Looking forward to smooth negotiations in the fall. Thank you, APT. Woo! Love it.
We definitely are. Thank you. So, good evening. My name is Evan Branning. I am your APT president. Hard to believe, I've only been president for 1 year now, or actually like 8.5 months. So I know you've seen a lot of me, and we've been through a lot of good times, bad times, in between everything. I've given a number of speeches, some of which I know have upset you, some of which I know have made you very happy. I've seen quite a number of reactions on all of your faces. I know the audience gets to see me while I'm talking, but I've seen the gamut of emotions from you. But I just really wanted to wrap up the year on a positive note as much as I can. It's a very interesting time of year talking to teachers. We have, I believe, 5 days of school left this year. You can all applaud that. That's fine. We're all ready, I think. As we wrap up the year at the different grade levels, it looks very different, but everyone is incredibly busy right now. They're doing all of the work, the grading, the preparing. As a high school teacher, of course, I know all of the prepping for finals, and as a culinary teacher, trying to make sure my room is clean enough that I don't end up with any vermin over the break. So far, so good. We've had a perfect record under my watch. But these last few weeks end up being a very busy, stressful time. And so I just wanted to take the moment to appreciate all of my teachers, all of my staff members, everyone who is serving our students and serving our community, and really just to wish them all the best and the break that they have worked so hard and deserve so much. As we go into next year in the summer, we have a lot that we are going to be working on. And as much as the gift was a little bit of a, gag as well, it is to be sincere that really, as a unit, all of us are hoping that next year does go smoothly, that we're able to meet at the table and have negotiations that work for the best for everyone in the district, all of our members, all of our students, all of the community. And to make sure we really do end up with a contract that is the envy of every other district in the state. We think that we're prepared to go there. We are hopeful and optimistic that the district will meet us where we're at, and to make sure that we are getting a great deal for our members. I want to also, make sure that it's understood that while we have our ups and downs and we have our moments where there are challenges between us, I do very much appreciate that through all of it, the board, the cabinet, staff have come back and have worked with us. At just the last meeting, we had some disagreements, and we're working our way through those issues. We're trying to make sure that we can be collaborative in everything we do. From my members, I sometimes hear that I'm, too kind. Sometimes I hear that I'm too mean. I'm trying to make sure that I represent their wishes and their interests. To the staff and the board, sometimes I'm told I'm too nice. Sometimes I'm told I'm too mean. But I'm also coming to trying to be honest and represent what truly is the impacts and effects on our students, our members, our community, and trying to find a solution that works best for everyone. I hope that I've been a reasonable partner for you. I hope that I've been a good leader for my members. And I hope that we have a good relationship going forward. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention a little something about our superintendent, though. This is likely the last meeting of the school year where we'll be together. Hopefully nothing comes up next week that we have to call a special board meeting. I know I'll see him again before the end of the year. There'll be graduations and things to wrap up as the year ends. But I will say, again, we've had our ups and downs, we've had our agreements and disagreements, but it has been a pleasure working with you. Maurice, you have proven to be a reasonable partner. You've come with ideas for the district. As an interim, I think you've done an excellent job on taking a district that was in a really bad spot when you came in and trying to help improve it. Things are far from perfect now, and we still have challenges ahead of us, but I am very optimistic that we will face those challenges and we will work together, and we will have the opportunity for these open and honest communications. And when we have hard times, we will make it through the hard times. When we have good times, we will celebrate them together. But we will all continue to focus on the thing that matters most to all of us, which is that Pleasanton students deserve the best. And together, we can make sure that Pleasanton students get that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Moving on to the California School Employees Association, Laura Martinez.
Okay. So good evening, Superintendent Geisels, President Brown, trustees, cabinet, colleagues, and community members. As President of CSA Chapter 155, I carry both the responsibility and the privilege of representing the classified professionals who strengthened the foundation of this district. I speak for the members across every department, every school, every school site, and every corner of our district. People whose work is essential every single day. This week, we celebrate Classified School Employee Week. And while it's officially marked on the calendar once a year, the truth is classified employees deserve level of recognition every week. The state association theme is trusted, inclusive, united, and our classified staff lives those values all across the district. We are the early risers and the late stayers, the warm meals and the fixed Wi-Fi, the clean classrooms, the welcoming smiles, and the extra support when things don't go as planned. We are the steady hands and the calming presence that help make our schools feel like home. Classified employees aren't just essential to how schools function, they are essential to how they feel. We build safety, trust, and belonging, and we do it with professionalism, flexibility, and heart. We're the steady presence the students see every day, the ones they turn to when they forget their homework, need a Band-Aid, or just want someone to smile at them. And while our work may often be behind the scenes, it's absolutely front and center in its impact. I ask that we do more than say thank you. Let's match our appreciation with action, with recognition, with opportunities, with respect. Let's continue to build a culture where the work of classified staff is not just acknowledged, but valued. A couple of weeks ago, we celebrated our certificated colleagues during Teachers Appreciation Week. And tonight I want to recognize that while our roles are different, our mission is shared. It takes all of us, classified and certificated, working side by side to bring the full educational experience to our students. We congratulate our certificated partners and extend our gratitude to them as well. As we head into the final week of school year, we feel the shift. The pace picks up, the days get longer, the excitement in the air, ongoing reflection, and the emotional weight of the years shows itself in students, in staff, and in us. Our classified staff remain steady. They keep showing up to support students, families, and one another right up to the final bell. To every classified employee across the district, thank you for your care, your commitment, and your humanity. You are not only the foundation of the work we do for students, you are the force that makes it real. Here's to the people who make it all possible, together, and to a strong finish as we approach the last week of school. I'm not saying goodbye to you because I'll be seeing you again. Thank you. Have a good evening.
All right, thank you. All right, so moving on to item 9, public comments from the community. This is an opportunity to address the board on any item not on tonight's agenda. Due to Brown Act regulations, we can't necessarily respond to items that are not on the agenda other than direct something to staff, but this would be your opportunity at this time. Anything on Zoom or?
We'll do in the room first. We have Janet Gates.
Distinguished school board members, families, and members of our voting public, I am Janet Gates, Pleasanton resident of 28 years and educator of 29 years, and I rather uncomfortably stand before you today to address a deeply concerning issue, the disheartening public treatment of our administrative staff. For too long, the contributions of our administrators have been overlooked, undervalued, and even openly questioned in these board meetings, and this must change. I was a science teacher in other districts for 5 years and in this district for 14 years, and I've always appreciated the work of my administrators. My family has a long history in education, and I know that district administration is an admirable profession, representing a lifetime of experience and a profound love for children. However, when I encourage our great teacher leaders to consider administration, their response is often, "Oh no, I would never want your job. That's a thankless job." The words and actions in our board meetings are a big part of this attitude that the work of administrators is not valued. Last year, while Pleasanton teachers received a well-deserved 10% salary increase, our administrators were given 3%. I personally called each board member to express how demoralizing and divisive that decision was. Then, just 2 weeks ago, when every other district staff member received a 1% pay increase, this board entertained comments suggesting that administrators should not receive the same, and even that the impending furlough days, a salary reduction, should be increased. While the 1% increase was ultimately approved, this questioning of administrators' value has been a recurring theme and is a slap in the face to us who work tirelessly, far beyond normal hours, on nights, weekends, and even on vacation, the same as we did when we were teachers. Our district administrative team performs critical, often unseen, but absolutely vital functions. We secure funding, ensure everyone gets paid, manage our facilities, and provide essential materials. We support students in crisis, hire excellent staff, and guide professional development. We are responsible for the safety of every student on campus. Administrators ensure our schools are excellent places for learning, working long after the school day ends and far beyond the school year. It is a travesty to not recognize and compensate our administrators for their dedication, experience, and talent. When these board meetings repeatedly question the value of our district administrators, it makes it incredibly difficult to continue this hard work. Pleasanton students do deserve the best teachers, the best classified staff, and the best administrators. If our board meetings continue to demean our administrative staff and treat us as if we are in opposition to our teaching and classified colleagues, we will lose talented leaders and struggle to bring new leaders from within the district. I implore each member of this school board and members of our staff and community to consider the impact of their comments. Please foster a culture of respect and appreciation for all who contribute to the success of our students. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Janet. Patrick, any other comments in the room?
Don't believe so, but we have one on Zoom.
Okay.
Soba, if you want to go ahead and take yourself off mute.
Hi. Good evening, everyone. So I am a parent of a special need kid. I have the concern that a hardworking and dedicated teacher like Ms. Vasudha Khanna is not given an opportunity to continue at PUST. So my daughter is a special need kid. She is in 5th grade at Rundan Elementary. She has been in Ms. Vasudha Khanna's class for past 2 years, and Ms. Vasudha has been exceptional in caring for her. She has made great progress under her guidance. Ms. Vasudha is the kind of teacher who makes a positive impact on both students and parents. Thanks to Ms. Vasudha's encouragement and accommodation, my daughter has been able to participate in every activity that a general education student would. She went to outdoor aid, participated in science fair, attended the pool party, and will be going to the dance party. This experience have been possible because of Ms. Vasudha's support and dedication. Her dedication made her receive the Excellence in Education Award and Selpa Make a Difference Award. I recently got to know she is not getting an opportunity to continue. As a parent of a special need kid, I would always love to see teacher like Ms. Vasudha in our wonderful PUSD community. Thank you for your time. Have a good evening.
All right. Thank you for the comments. Any others, Patrick? All right. Otherwise, I will close public comment for items not on tonight's agenda, and we will turn it over to our interim superintendent, Maurice.
Thank you, President Brown. And just like that, we're in the home stretch of the school year. It's the season of celebrations. Ribbons are tied down Main Street to honor each of our class of 2025 graduates. Families will be able to celebrate and capture memories on Main Street as our class of 2025 banner is hung under the Pleasanton Arc on Tuesday, May 26. I do very much look forward to the graduations, shaking the hands of each of our graduates next week and celebrating them with you, our families, our friends, and Team PUSD. I had the wonderful privilege of attending last night are adults with disabilities, or I should say adults with capabilities. It was a very moving ceremony. It was very personal to me, and it is the program. How many graduated, Ed?
13.
Yeah, we started with, we had about almost 20 sponsors. We started with 2 in 2018.
2, yes. 2 in 2018, 19 with 6 interns, and about 82 interns have gone through the program over the years, and this year there's 13.
Yeah, and this I think this joke landed pretty well. The best part of the program about the paid intern program is paid, the first P. I think that's wonderful. They each had a minute video. They called it the pitch, and it was just really inspiring. Thank you, Laura. Are you still here? Anyway, in absentia, she and her team are just fantastic. Tomorrow, our class of 2025 Hispanic families will be honored at our annual banquet at Foothill High School. And all of these celebrations and many more are such important gatherings to honor the work and dedication of our students and family. And I am grateful, and I speak for all of us, to our team who put these important recognition events together to lift up and honor the students whose accomplishments have gone unseen but deserved and deserve our support and acknowledgement. From transportation, nutrition services to tech, you know what, I'm just going to go off script here and talk about our classified employees from the heart. I wrote something this week, seems like 2 weeks ago, it was Tuesday. You know, when I think about workers, and I'm retired, I came back in, I'm going to retire again soon. I think about who really does the work. In our society, I think we have to pay attention really to those who add value, whether they're paraprofessionals, work for food, transportation, technology. They're doing the work. And so many of us grew up with our parents and our families doing the work. And it's very, again, I want to say the word personal to me to recognize them, because they keep the lights on, they keep the HVAC going, they keep everything working. And if they were not here, that productivity would be absent. So please join me in honoring them, and join me in, whether you're a parent, a teacher, another classified person, a board member, or administrator, reach out to them and join me in thanking them, not just this week, but the next 6 days of school. And if you're around this summer, because most of them are, thank them then too. Take them to lunch. Thank you. One more thing. We have our 2025-26 student board member elections will be launching by Friday morning, if not tonight. We have outstanding candidates from Amador Valley and Foothill High School. Our students will be voting on who they will be represented them through the end of the school year. And that person has big shoes to fill with Philippe, who's going off to Georgetown. Okay, so thank you to all our team members, students and staff, and families for your support and collaboration through a great school year. Here's to graduation. Here's to close of a wonderful, wonderful school year. We'll be meeting again the week after school is out. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Moving on to the consent agenda, item 11. The Pleasanton Board of Trustees uses a consent agenda for items that require approval of the board but are routine in nature. Typically, we act on these items as one vote. Any member may remove an item for additional questions, and the intent is to handle these routine items expeditiously so we have more time to address items that require more discussion. With that said, does anyone need to pull any item for discussion?
Just item S, really quickly.
Item S, Trustee McCaughey, same one?
Item A and P.
A, P, and S. Okay. AP, S, and R? Okay. AP, S, and R. Did you catch that, Lunita? Okay. All right. So then I'm looking for a motion for the rest, please.
I motion to approve the balance.
Okay.
I'll second.
Well said. All right. All right. So let's go in alphabetical order. Item A.
Yeah, so this is a item to approve two policies, 6163.4, student use of technology. I just wanted to recognize all the members who, from the district that helped participate to actually revise and update this policy. A lot of elements were modified, including adding in artificial intelligence and sensible use. I wanted to just highlight that I had an opportunity to attend a delegate assembly at the state level in Sacramento this past weekend, meeting with other school board delegates across the state. And I am so proud of Pleasanton being so far ahead. They did a presentation on AI, and it was more of like, these are the resources, but there was minimal conversation about modification of policies as of yet, and we're approving a policy that's going to impact that. So I had to recognize that. And then also the second policy is 6146.1 for high school graduation requirements. There were some amendments done to help improve opportunities of success for our students. And I just wanted to do a shout out. I've been honored to serve on the policy committee for the last few years and absolutely love the policy work that we do as trustees, and wanted to recognize the hard work of our educators, staff, and district personnel who helped put these together. So with that, I will motion to approve item A.
Okay, I'll go ahead and second it.
I don't know.
All right. I should have called Trustee Dimitrieff preferential.
Yes.
Okay. All right, that passes 6-0. All right, moving on to, I believe it was item P.
Yeah, so this is just a recognition of the school plans for student achievement. In education lingo, they call it the SIPSA. This is something that is done every year annually, and there's a lot of stakeholders involved to put these together, and a lot of work done at the site level. I have an opportunity to actually work in my day job, and part of my work is to align the work that I do day to day in with the school site plan. So from the ground up, I just wanted to do a shout out for all the administrators who oversee the SIPSA, which aligns with the LCAP, and just thank everyone for their hard work. It's very tedious, and it's an annual process. So anyway, with that, I just wanted to recognize that, and with that, I will make a motion to approve item P.
I'll second.
Okay. Preferential?
Yes.
All right. That passes 6-0 as well. Moving on to item R, approval of PE waivers for high school students for spring 2025.
Yeah, I just have a question, Namarta. We usually get a list of the names, and we didn't get it.
This would be
It's
Mr.
actually
Dialazzo.
not. So I believe, I'm going to double check with Secondary Director Butterfield, but did we provide a list for the trustees this weekend? So it'll come this weekend. So thank you for the question.
Okay.
And we don't put the names on the
Okay, great.
public item.
But it's coming.
It's
Okay.
coming.
Okay, thank you. Okay, then I will approve this motion.
I'll second.
Okay, first and seconded.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, okay. Correction to my earlier comments. When I say 6-0, I really mean 5-0 because we're missing a trustee. So unanimous 5-0. All right. Moving on to item S, approval of AB 800 Workplace Readiness Week implementation.
All right, so one, I'm very happy to see that we will be doing this. I'm a big advocate of it. One of the things I did want to bring up for you is that Assemblymember Liz Ortega's office reached out to me recently and have said that they are interested in coming and having the assembly member do a presentation on AB 800 at one of our high schools or potentially more at some point. So if you could reach out to her and see maybe if that's still a possibility or something that they would like to do, I think that'd be great. She's come to Tennyson and spoken to our students on that, and she's an inspiring person, especially with like her history of getting into that position and her work in labor. And I think that would be a really cool. If it's possible to do, I think that'd be really cool for our students.
Great, thank you, Trustee Jones. And is she thinking like soon or next year or?
For next year.
Next year, perfect. Okay, thank you.
Scheduling's a nightmare.
I would assume. Okay, thank you.
All right, I'm looking for a motion.
I will motion to approve item S.
All right, I'll second it. Trustee Dimitriev?
Yes.
Okay, that passes 5-0. All right, moving on to report discussion and discussion action. Item A, which we have Pleasanton Partnership in Education, also known as PPIE. And I believe we have Andrea Wilson, but it's anyone from staff introducing this?
I can introduce. So we have Andrea Wilson, our president of the Pleasanton Partners in Education, to do a presentation for the board. Ms. Wilson.
Great. Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you, Board of Trustees, Cabinet, Dr. Geisels, everyone for having me here tonight. I'm proud to share on behalf of Pleasanton Partners in Education, PPIE, a little bit about the work we do and present our funding check for 25-26. Our board president, Jen Flynn, couldn't be here, so I brought some special guests with me. They sometimes belong to me. But they have a sister. She couldn't join us. She had to work and had a test to study for. But they're really the reason I got involved here when we moved here. And so I just thought it would be a good learning experience. And honestly, he's been asking questions for like the last 20 minutes. So good, life lessons here. So I'm excited to dive in. All right, so for this past year, PPIE has been proud to support our intervention specialists to provide additional hours for our school librarians for our 5th grade outdoor education buses, of which this one got to go this year. And we do that in partnership with Black Tie. And for student wellness support, in the past probably 5 years, we've helped support a student assistant provider that does district-wide wellness at both high schools. And the past 2 years, we really invested in the Wellness Center at Harvest Park Middle School, giving them the seed money to start their big plan that they had over there, and that will now be implemented across all 3 middle schools. It'll look a little different, but we're really proud that that money, we're really going to see a return on our investment there and see this project expand. And then I'm excited that we are pleased to share that earlier this year, the PPIE board voted to fund our elementary music specialists for the 2025-26 school year. When they saw that music was listed among the potential budget cuts, they heard loud and clear how much our families value this program. Our goal with this investment is to help preserve it for the long term and prevent it from being revisited as a potential cut in the future. And I also had the privilege of getting to visit every single elementary music program over the past couple of weeks. It was really clear how much the kids love it and how important it is to them. It's such a vital part of their school experience, and we're really excited to help keep this going. And we also get to give out grants every year, which is probably one of the best parts of the job. Last fall, we gave out over 5,600 in student grants to 18 different deserving groups that applied that really had a range from elementary, middle, and high school. And just earlier today, we presented our teachers with 22,000 in grants. 13 teachers, again, across all the schools came to pick up their checks. We will be giving a grant to students identified for the summer program that are at risk to help give them scholarships to be able to attend through the, I believe it's called the ELAC program. Forgive me, my use of all the acronyms is not as good as all of yours. We also give out competition grants. We gave out graduation gifts for our foster kinship youth, and then our grant to the Harvest Park Wellness Center, all that totaling $71,548. And we couldn't do this without all the fundraising we do. So we do our annual registration where we do like an annual giving campaign. We did our fall gala at Castlewood. It was our highest grossing event yet. We raised over $135,000. Many of you were there. Thank you. Back in the winter, we held our State of the School District. President Brown and Dr. Geisels talked about the opportunities and challenges that our school district faces. And PPIE was proud to give out awards to 7 different area businesses that have really been great supporters of PPIE and our school district over the years. And last month, we held our 13th Run for Education. I saw many of you there that morning, and we brought in over $100,000 and had about 2,500 people and participants there. And so I also wanted just to mention our PPIE Ambassador Program. We're a tiny little staff, so we utilize our ambassadors. They're all volunteers. They represent almost all the different school sites. That's just a small picture of them, but they're a lot bigger of a group. They really help spread the word about PPIE at their schools, and we're really grateful for the service that they provide. And I just wanted to also take a minute to thank, we have tons of sponsors. I will not list them all. I do know back, I remember during budget cuts, a lot of people got up and were like, well, why don't, this company donate and this company donate? And I just, for anyone listening tonight, I wanted them to know that so many of these companies are donating that are in our community. Van Pelt, Robert Half, Fremont Bank, Chevron, Kaiser, Workday, PNC, Clorox, Safeway, Lucky Save Mart. We really have great community supporters here, and we're really, really fortunate. We're also really fortunate, the big companies in the tech world, Google, Facebook, Apple, they don't necessarily give directly to communities that they don't have a location in, but they do give through corporate matching, and we're really grateful for all of our parents that take the time to corporate match. Google, for instance, gave $22,000 to PPIE this year just through corporate match. It's a really powerful program, and we've seen it grown. We've worked really hard to grow it. It grew 30% over this past year. So we're really proud of that. And I just, want to take a minute to thank all of our volunteers, our partners at PUSD on the board, and our PTA partners. We really all do this together. So thank you. And with that, I am proud to present a check for $771,703.
Big check, physical and monetary. For our students. All right, thank you, Andrea. All right. PPIE does some amazing work for us, and it's greatly appreciated, all the work that they do for the benefit of our students. So moving on to the next item, Spanish language arts materials adoption recommendation.
So thank you, President Brown. I will introduce this item. This is an action item tonight, and so we have our amazing staff here to present information around the Spanish Language Arts K-5 adoption. And I must say, I saw a lot of these folks today. I know they were in this room doing excellent work, collaborating with each other and really planning some awesome stuff. So good to see all of you guys again. I'm going to turn it over to Elementary Director Schrag, who can introduce this amazing team.
Come on. Thank you, Mr. Dialazo. Very, very excited to be here to present to you our recommendation for adoption of Spanish Language Arts curriculum. I am joined by an esteemed panel. Want to make some introductions here. We have the principal of Valley View Elementary School, Andrea Withers. We're also joined by Esperanza Jimenez from 5th grade and also our Pleasanton Teacher of the Year. We also are joined by Evelyn Rivera Marquez from 4th grade and Lena Sadler, our intervention specialists, and Dr. Shanaz Wadwania is here. So we have a rock star lineup to help share with you our recommendations for our Spanish Language Arts curriculum. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to do a quick overview of what we'll be speaking about. We really want to make sure teachers have an opportunity to speak about their experience, but we'll talk a little bit about why we are coming to you tonight with this recommendation, an overview of our 2-year pilot process, and then a recommendation in the details with both our training and next steps. And with that, I will turn it over to Principal Withers.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to start with our why, and our why is really based in equity. It's a step towards equity for our students to have this curriculum. So typically, curriculum pilots in our district focus on English-only classrooms, and with insights from letters as well as the science of reading, we saw a clear need for DLI. So our DLI program needed a structured, explicit Spanish language arts curriculum that supports foundational skills and aligns with our biliteracy goals. So after a thorough and thoughtful review, we selected the updated version of Benchmark Adelante and Amplify Caminos. These are 2 comprehensive programs designed specifically for Spanish instruction and not afterthoughts to English. So I just want to thank the board for recognizing the importance of equity in this process. Your support of our program's needs ensures that our DLI students are not only included, but truly supported on their journey to bilingualism and biliteracy, with curriculum built for them from the ground up.
Good evening, everyone. So as Principal Withers said, that we were looking for something very specific to meet the needs of our DLI program, and we did extensive research to make sure that we were looking at something that will support the foundational literacy for Spanish as well as English, because Spanish literacy is a little bit different than English. We also wanted to make sure that the materials that we are looking into are not translated versions. So they're not originally written in English for English teaching and then translated into Spanish. That way it's authentic and it's less work for our teachers. We know that we are also looking into science of reading adoption, like adoption of English language arts curriculum. So we wanted that this curriculum is also aligned with that to make sure that we are not, again, reinventing the wheel 2 or 3 years down the line. And the most important piece of DLI program is that students are learning English and they are learning Spanish, but there are also elements where students should be able to understand how is English similar and different with Spanish. So it's like cross-linguistic connection and meta-linguistic transfers. These are all the aspects of learning to be biliterate. So we needed a curriculum that was biliterate.
So a year ago, at the beginning of the year, we started with the pilot number 1. So we have piloted this curriculum twice. The first pilot included Benchmark Adelante and Amplify Caminos. We were able to invite every teacher to participate, and we had basically 8 teachers participate. We had a 2nd grade teacher, and as we can see there, we have a kinder, a 1st grade, 2nd grade, 3rd grade, 4th grade, and 5th grade teachers participate. At that pilot, we did it towards the end of the year, and everybody was able to do that pilot with fidelity, except for one grade level was not able to finish the Amplify pilot. The pilot consisted of 2 months, and at the end of the pilot, it was basically shown that Amplify was basically the clear winner. Amplify Caminos, out of the 8 teachers that participated, 2 voted the benchmark Adelante as a 4 out of 5, and Amplify Caminos was more of 6 teachers voted for that. Towards the end of the pilot, we had decided, and actually at the beginning of this year, we had decided to give the teachers an opportunity to pilot it for the whole year. And so we brought Amplify Caminos back again, and we invited again all the teachers to participate.
So as Ms. Sadler said, we continued into this year to make sure to completely and thoroughly kind of investigate the Caminos Amplify curriculum. And because the curriculum kind of builds on itself, when we only had 2 months in the spring of last year to do that, we continued it this year. And here's the overview of kind of here's some of the results from our survey data from our teachers. And again, very strong feedback from our teachers who investigated in terms of the foundational literacy components for Spanish, as well as the assessment capabilities. And we're going to get to the teachers to talk more about what they actually did to use it. So with that, let's get to our teachers who actually were participating in this pilot. So I invite the teachers to share.
Hi, my name is Evelyn Rivera. I was able to pilot both of the curriculums, first year and second year. I also started with the original benchmark that we had. After starting Amplify, right away I noticed an increase in student engagement. It had a lot more reading opportunities and a much wider range of texts, followed by a wider range of vocabulary, which they then implemented into their writing. Overall, the students and myself had a positive and engaging experience. As a new teacher who has piloted for her first 2 years, it would be great to go into year 3 with a solid curriculum that is cohesive throughout all of the grade levels.
Good evening. I'm Esperanza Jimenez. I teach 5th grade dual immersion. One of the things that we liked about the program is that, as mentioned before, was a biliteracy program that includes not just a translated version of the text, but texts that are authentic in both languages, using Latino authors as for the Spanish text. The program allows for dual language teachers to align our lessons in language arts to our minute allocations in both Spanish and English. It also includes high vocabulary in both languages, grammar lessons that allow for us to follow progression where we can teach a concept in one language and reteach it in another, but also looking at, without having to look at it as an isolated item, it then brings it in within the writing and other aspects as well. It has well-developed lessons on verb conjugations, which is something that we have gotten feedback in the past that we are lacking within our program, within our current curriculum. One of the things that I personally specifically liked was, one of our first units was on Mayans, Aztecs, and Inca civilizations, which is something that I, for one, am fascinated with. But it's something that I never learned as a Latina when I was younger. It was something that I learned in college, and to see how these civilizations were highlighted in such a great way, the way that they brought their civilizations to fruition, and their accomplishments were highlighted in a way that I had never seen them within our textbooks. There were a few other teachers that unfortunately were not able to come tonight. But one of our second grade teachers, Diana, who also piloted the program, one of the things that she mentioned was that within the grammar, where isolating certain concepts that only are taught in Spanish, which is palabras agudas, diptongos. There's that breakdown of multisyllabic words, which directly support the reading fluency and spelling accuracy. And these patterns show up in often in their readers and writing props. Students get repeated meaningful exposure in the text and not just in isolated drills. Another piece that she mentioned was the lectoescritura. Readers do a great job of pulling everything together with the grammar, spelling, vocabulary, and comprehension. She says that her students felt so proud every time they finished a reader. It felt like finishing a chapter book, and they'd get excited about what was coming next. That sense of accomplishment really mattered and kept them engaged with the text relevant with their interests. Another teacher, which was another fifth grade teacher, what she said was that one of her students who has a lot of who needs a lot of help with focusing, he was able to understand and learn this really hard unit on Aztecs, Incas, and Mayas, and it was mostly in Spanish, and he was able to apply it in real life. They had gone to Mexico just recently, and Mom really raved about how her son basically was able to give a tour of the ruins that they had gone to based on what he had learned within that unit. And another parent, we also had a unit on Don Quixote de la Mancha, and that parent remembered how as a kid she read that story, and so she was able to relate with her child and help them through the reading as well.
So one of the wonderful things about this curriculum is that it's both English language arts and Spanish language arts, and those two align. Likewise, the assessments align with each other. The M-class lectura and the Dibbles 8, the Spanish and English versions of our assessments for phonics and early literacy, those align. So we've been able to use biliteracy reports to support the students to see where their most foundational need is in both languages, and support in the language that is of most need. So it's been really exciting to see the bilingual and biliteracy trajectory of our students using this curriculum and all the components that come together and align.
So we made sure that we are following the adoption process. So we had community and public preview from May 7th to May 21st, 2025. And we do have some samples here physically present in case board members would like an opportunity to skim through the materials. And then public notice was posted on the district website and the school building. We also scheduled a walk-in appointments for parents of Valley View last Friday between 1 and 3 p.m. for them to just come in and look at the materials. And we are hoping that we are able to use these curriculum material after piloting for almost over a year, starting formally next year.
Next slide, please. A quick overview of the 3-year costs. And again, this includes professional development for staff, again, for all the DLI staff, as well as materials for teachers and students. And that's the overview of the costs. Again, it's obviously longer, for 3-year cost is more affordable and just a better deal for us than a 1-year only, and we want to have some consistency, as we talked about, with our program, and having curriculum that's aligned and cohesive is a huge part of this, so that is the reason for the 3-year contract. And then you want to talk a little bit about the PD?
So, of course, prevention specialist and the principal, they have been very much available in supporting the implementation, the pilot implementation, and we have budgeted 2 or 3 days of release time for DLI teachers, and this will be funded through LCAP. So we have put in an LCAP proposal to continue supporting the curriculum development of DLI. We are committed to provide ongoing coaching and support. We have a CSIS position that is supporting this year, and that person will next year continue to provide that support. And the principal and coordinator, my title will change next year, but we are all committed to continuing the work that we are doing to make sure that we are providing equitable opportunities to our Spanish-speaking students, particularly students who are in the DLI program, for a quality program, for a quality educational experience.
And just before we take questions, I do want to once again thank this amazing staff. This has been a 2-year journey and an incredible work that they've done. This is, again, outside of their normal work that they've committed to, and, kind of meeting together multiple times, investigating what the materials would provide, and really kind of diving into using these materials to make sure they're going to work. So I want to give kudos to the staff and to Andrea for her leadership on that. So with that, we'll take some questions.
All right, before we start with board questions, is there any public comment on this item? Hearing none, I'll close public comment on this item and turn it back to the board. Trustee Dimitriev, do you want to kick us off?
Yeah, my first question is, can we get like a minute or two just to flip through the materials? Is that okay?
Sorry?
Can we have a minute or two as a board to flip over through the materials just to look through them?
Sure. Yep. While you look through the materials, does anyone else have any questions? Was Trustee Carrion?
My question was, did anyone show up to that meeting for the parents?
No.
Okay, sadly, okay. And my other question is, on page 8, on slide 8, it showed that that there was 30% of teachers that did not recommend this. And so can you just tell me why, or am I reading it incorrectly? On the bottom it says recommend. Oh.
You want to do this? Okay, you can do it.
You want it? Okay. Okay, so the first, and I'm trying to get my numbers correct, but the first pilot, we had 8 teachers. In the second pilot, we had 9 teachers. The first pilot had kinder and first grade participate. In the second pilot, kinder and first grade did not participate.
My question is, it looks like 30% did not want it. Do you know why?
Oh, yes. Go ahead.
So we did have a really, we had a meeting about a month ago to kind of talk about the end of phase 2, and we had conversations about, and took a survey again to follow up, and there was teachers who expressed concerns, and in terms of the teachers who did vote, there was, I think, 2 or 3 teachers who, again, we're talking about a very small group of teachers, and 2 or 3 expressed concerns, which we really committed to addressing, and some of those concerns had to do with cultural relevance, and some of them had to do with some of the materials. But we've kind of taken those concerns, and we are working directly with Amplify on kind of making sure that those concerns are getting addressed. So that was something that we committed to. And again, with any pilot, there's no perfect curriculum. And with a small group of teachers, having 70% of teachers agree, we actually were really excited about. And those were the teachers that really dove into this material. So we knew that they had given it a really kind of thorough vetting. So we just want to make sure that, again, the concerns that were raised by the teachers who did not feel comfortable yet with it, those are being addressed.
Okay, that was my main concern.
Yeah.
I have one last question, and when I was at Valley View last year, there were some teachers that were concerned about the report card not really matching, and so with this new curriculum, do you feel like we'd be able to make some revisions to the report card?
We absolutely could. I think there's a lot of work to do with report cards, both with DLI and with the English-speaking report card. That's going to be work with lots of teacher input and kind of aligning to what's really happening in classrooms. And again, it should be the report card reflecting our work as opposed to the other way around. So we want to make sure we continue to explore like what are the important kind of essential standards that we know kids need to be able to do, and that's what the report card should reflect. So that's work that still needs to happen. But yes, absolutely, we can look at that.
Okay, and I just want to say thank you for your hard work.
All right, going in order, Trustee Jones.
My first question is for you. Is this just questions or questions and discussion?
Let's mix it up and say questions and discussion.
Okay. So my first question for you is, because this is phenomenal, by the way, especially getting that many teachers in any department or grade level to agree on text is hard. The question I first have is, how old were the textbooks were you using prior, or did you not even, or were you not actually able to technically have textbooks for this situation?
Yeah, well, we've been using Benchmark, but since we have had the choice of either using Benchmark or Units of Study, some of us have used Units of Study, some of us have used Benchmark, which, to be honest, has hindered our program because there's no alignment. And so when we start seeing students with difficulties in certain areas, we don't know where that's coming from.
And then so I was wondering, so as far as like, Jesus, this is loud. As far as physical texts go, before this adoption, what were you doing?
Benchmark.
Benchmark itself.
Yeah,
How
benchmark
old was it?
or, well, it's the curriculum that we have right now. It's or units of study, we would have to get our own.
Yeah. Okay, sorry. When was your last adoption, I guess is what I was trying to figure out.
Oh my gosh, 6 years ago?
I believe it's close to 8 years ago. We're long overdue for, that's one of the reasons we're kind of moving to try to pilot and adopt next year for ELA was because we actually just did a survey of teachers and there was a very strong majority that wants to move ahead with an English language arts adoption and pilot process. So it's been a while.
All right. Well, one, I just want to say I'm excited for this. I trust you on it. You're the experts. You know what you're doing on this. And I know how hard it is to teach with a text that's super old and outdated. I was back in Arizona at one point. I taught with a government book that still had Bill Clinton as president. And the line item veto was still in it and said one day we might have a black president. And so like I know how difficult that is. And also teaching bilingual and sheltered. My shelter classes didn't have a textbook. They were just like, oh, the regular college prep book is fine, and we know it's not. So I appreciate you working on the equity and the focus of looking at textbooks that aren't just written Google Translate, but are actually designed around the needs of our students, because as staff and teachers, you're entitled to this. It's not something that like it's granted. It's something that you deserve. And to see you fight and get that, I appreciate that. And to see the district advocate for this is phenomenal. So I just want to say I'm excited for this. Congratulations. You've all done great work.
All right. Trustee McCaughey? Vice President McCaughey?
So thank you, everyone, for taking the time to wait in line and come up here and present your narrative of how you went through the adoption process tonight in the evening, and taking time out of your personal schedules. So very much appreciated. I don't have any specific questions in terms of the process of what you went through. I just wanted to echo my fellow trustees in regards to some of the emphasis of really getting the input from the teachers and really taking a look at the different textbooks and how it will align to your current curriculum and the additional strategies that you're using. I love the write-up talking about how it aligns with letters and I forget the other acronym, UFly. Just how it's really intended to be seamless. I remember back in my initial years of teaching single subject art where we didn't have textbooks, pretty much to what Trustee Jones was talking about, where you're using your expertise and how to engage with your students. So hopefully this will be a beneficial tool for impacting student learning. My questions are related specific to the contract, so I'm probably going to direct it more to Ahmad. I just wanted to confirm this is funding is coming through the general fund with textbooks and supplies. It's not notated in the actual action item. I know we're approving a little over $100,000 for 3 years, but is it coming through the general fund? I just wanted to confirm.
Yes, it's general fund.
Okay, so just remember to notate that. I apologize for not asking that in the Q&A, but I just noticed that. So one clarifying question with the contract. Does that mean that the professional development that is being allocated will mirror under the textbook line item, or will the PD element be paid through different dollars? Ahmad?
I'm going to defer to David. Did you look at
I think we were able to cover that with lottery, but I think we could also look at an LCAP funding helping to support that, but lottery funds would be able to cover, the general fund would be able to cover the PD.
Sorry, I guess what I'm really asking is, I'm a little concerned that there was not enough money set aside for professional development. We know that the adoption, a lot of proportion of the money is put to the adoption of the materials. However, it's only so good as providing support for the teachers. and the professional development time to help give them the comfort to actually implement. So what I'm really asking is, that's why I was asking if the money is going to be coming through LCAP through the general fund, or if it's going to fall under the umbrella of books and supplies, so we could actually make it an amendment and allot for more professional development for the teachers, because $4,500 is not enough, in my opinion. And if it's a 3-year rollout, there should be scaffolds and opportunities for professional development along the way, especially if you have perhaps attrition or turnover of staff. And so that's my question. So you may not be able to answer it right now, and I apologize for not asking it ahead of time, but I would prefer down the road, and if it needs to come back to the board for additional approval for the professional development, and if there's a way to do that, I think is huge.
I can try to answer that, Mr. Schreck. So the contract, as you have read, is correct. So $4,500 for professional development on this contract with Amplify. So hearing you loud and clear, I totally agree. Should we determine through the course of next year that more professional development is needed, the following year we have new teachers. None of you are leaving, I don't think, so don't leave. But if we get new teachers, we would increase the professional development that we provide, and we would find the funding source. The contract as stated that you are looking at and are voting to approve tonight, is stated $4,500. We totally get that, but I fully understand what you're saying. Should we need to have a kind of beef up the professional development, we could find another source and to add to the PD for this particular use.
And I do want to say one of the benefits of having them pilot is they have had really good exposure with it, and obviously we want to continue to provide professional development for our teachers to kind of go to that next level. But the fact they've had 2 years with this curriculum now has been super helpful. So it's not that they're brand new to it, but we would obviously, and Amplify has been very supportive and flexible in terms of what kind of PD they want to provide. We're looking at, again, the beginning of the year, a full day for the entire DLI staff to start. And as Mr. DiLazo said, based on kind of our needs moving forward, we would flex on terms of the support.
Okay, great. I just wanted to reiterate that it just seems disproportionate. We're spending a huge amount of money on the actual supplies, and I want to make sure it's not an afterthought of like how we're supporting the teachers on this. And I understand they may already feel comfortable, but if you have a brand new teacher come in, I would love to see down the line that, and that's why I was really drilling down into where the item is agendized in terms of the budget numbers of like how it works, because professional development sometimes goes to the wayside, especially if we're talking about budget cuts and such. But the teacher's the one at the face in the classroom, and we want to support you. So anyway, thank you. I appreciate that, and I can't wait to have it come back for more professional development services if needed. Thank you.
All right, taking it back to Trustee Dimitriev, now that we've given him a few minutes to look at the materials.
Yeah, no, and I'd like to say that I'd encourage all of the board to do that next time. I think it's very interesting. It gave me an interesting perspective, really, to see what you echoed in the presentation. I saw definitely, I wrote this down, the authentic text. If you look right here, there's a whole unit on poetry in grade 4. And so the English version, not the English version, the English aspect has Langston Hughes, Harlem. And I actually read this in 9th grade, so it's really impressive that you learned this in 4th grade. Then in the Spanish aspect, and I'm not a Spanish speaker, but I can translate this. There's a poem about football. So authentic text, I like it. And then what's really interesting is the cultural exposure, as you said, with the Aztec story, or which I found this book, right? And there's just exposure to all forms of cultures, not just Aztecs, but you see here Islamic, then later you have Asian, you have medieval, European, American, so many. So it's really interesting. But I have to say, I agree with Trustee Mokashi, I think the cost is extremely disproportionate of the entire curriculum. And I think what really teaches kids is not the books. The books can have awesome information, but what teaches are the teachers. And I'm sure our teachers are really wonderful, but as you said, as time goes on, there are things that Amplify needs to address, that you are working with Amplify to address, and as that addresses, the curriculum changes. And I think giving more weight, giving more emphasis on the actual on the professional development to make sure that the kids are receiving the most out of this, it would be good to see. So thank you, and thank you for letting me look through all of these.
If I might say something, I had the pleasure of facilitating the relationship with Amplify through Caminos, and in their dealings, and I agree, I think that professional development is hugely important, but and in addition, I feel like the company itself was really great at communicating with the teachers. At any point that we had any questions, we were able to like just schedule a 1 hour, 45-minute, maybe after school, and they were able to quickly respond to our issues that we had. And so we, throughout the entire process, we felt very supported, and we were able to quickly address any training or issues that we had. So I just wanted to mention that.
That's really good to hear. Thank you. And then I forgot to bring this up. I think in general, just so happy that our district has this program, dual immersion. In fact, my parents wanted me to put me into it when I first came here to the U.S., but I would be learning 2 languages at the same time, which would be very tough. But a fun fact, by 2050, and this is coming from a Forbes article, 1 in 3 will be native, or not native, but Spanish speakers in the U.S. So I think, hopefully, Pleasanton will play a part in that. So, thank you.
All right. Trustee Carrion asked my main question, I guess, just as an ancillary question. It was a 3-year contract. Do we pay a third each year, or is it lump sum year 1?
Lump sum, one time.
One time lump sum, year 1? Okay. All right. All right. This is an item for adoption, so it requires action. So
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Oh, man, you all beat me to
motion
it.
made by Trustee Carrion, seconded by Trustee Jones, emphatically. Trustee Dimitriev, just wave if preferential. You good? Yes. All right. Trustee Dimitriev is good. And so that passes 5-0. All right. Thank you for returning the materials.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good night.
Thank you.
All right. Moving on to the topic of the day, artificial intelligence presentation.
All right, I will introduce this one as well. So our AI guidance handbook is to be presented tonight. We have had I've seen 2 presentations on this item, and I was blown away. So I think you guys are in for a treat tonight. There are a lot of presenters. I know I've talked to Dr. Nugent about the time, so please come on up, staff, and Dr. Nugent will lead us off into discussion and get us through. And just a reminder, this is not an action item tonight. This is just a presentation and an update. We are working towards a board policy and administrative regs at some point, but this is the first phase of the presentation. So Dr. Nugent, please take it away.
All right. Just as a
Dr. D'Alozo, we'll give us 1 second while we just.
I'm going to do a little experiment. We're going to put a 10-minute clock up there, just so you guys know. But I'm not going to be a hard stop or anything. But it's just we're going to experiment for efficiency.
Dr. Nugent, do you need a microphone? There's one. Yeah, the table one is probably better. Amos, oh, good. See it. Perfect.
Test. Okay. Good evening, trustees, President Brown, Vice President McCoshing in her absentia, entire executive cabinet. We're on a tight time limit, so tonight we're going to just jump right in and allow you to be able to meet the phenomenal team who's done this work. The handbook is attached, so you can click on that link there. But really this year, we're very proud of the fact that we've convened 2 teams, a community of practice and a teacher learning community, who have played an instrumental role in getting us to this point. Our community of practice members are going to take you through our presentation tonight.
All right, we're going to start with a video.
It's not the slideshow, it's the PDF.
All right, well, we'll skip the video then. There's a video there. Go ahead, Kevin. We'll skip the video.
Yeah, it was a very nice video. You're missing out on the video. We'll try to send that to you in a separate link here. Just to give you some background, it was created all using AI, giving us a broad overview of what we're aiming for and what the ideas of AI are in the future. But let's take a general look at AI. AI is here. It's right here with us. It's in the form of our spell check corrections on our text messages that we don't always appreciate, but it's there. It's helping the algorithms that help suggest items for you when you're out shopping. It's there to help us with credit card fraud protection and giving us notifications when there's some movement on our credit cards that we're not definitely saying okay to. But we also have that vision of Arnold Schwarzenegger in Terminator. AI is not alive. It's not going to be killer robots coming from space or time. It's not something that the topical genius can only use. It's going to be something that is part of our everyday lives. But let's focus a little bit more. Oops, wrong way, sorry. Let's focus on the educational aspects. AI is going to be a part, an exciting part of being able to differentiate learning, to give personal opportunities to students that would be much more difficult in a mixed classroom. It's going to be able to text-to-speech, language translations, to be a tool, not to be something just to get through your homework. We see AI as not a replacement for teaching. This does not replace teachers. This does not replace good learning. The need here is how can we enhance the learning, how can we support it, and how can we make sure that we're using current emerging technology that's already here and using it in accurate and beneficial ways.
I know we're tight on time, you guys, but for the record, just state who you are and what you do really quickly.
Sorry, Kevin Keeley, Amador Valley Computer Science.
My name is Allison Delgado. I teach science, 8th grade at Hart Middle School. So doing nothing is not an option at this point because, as Kevin was saying, AI is already here. It's already prevalent. It's already being used all of the time. So we want our students to be prepared. We want them to have access to it just like they had access to the internet, just like we gave them one-to-one Chromebooks. It's very important because this technology in the future is going to be looked back on as like the invention of the internet. It's that next step. So it's important that all of our students have that option. It has some great benefits, having personalized learning, being able to provide tutors to students that may not always have a financial ability to have a tutor. It will allow our teachers to be more efficient in planning and maybe sometimes grading. It'll provide us an analysis of how our students are doing, what we may need to tweak for them to help them on a more personalized level than we can at this time. It can allow a more interactive and engaging experience with students going one-on-one with an AI bot, asking it questions instead of the teacher when the teacher can't be always omnipresent. It can improve accessibility for students and people with disabilities by providing other opportunities in that way. It'll help our remote learning students as well, allowing them access to different technologies. And it allows our teachers and our students to become lifelong learners and foster that creativity that is so necessary.
So we've gotten a great overview of AI benefits, risks, how it applies to education. In our work as a community of practice, we looked at 7 principles for AI in education to guide our policy work. We looked at the purpose being that we're here, we're looking to support all students achieve their educational goals. We want to be able to promote AI literacy for all our community members, not just our students, but also our teachers, staff, and families. We want to do that while we're still promoting integrity. We're promoting access to evaluation that's equitable. We're compliant with our existing policies and regulations. We also want to make sure that we're always going to be looking at those risks and benefits of AI, especially as it's an ever-changing technology. And then we also wanted to make sure we take into consideration what Kevin had earlier mentioned, that we're not replacing teachers here. We still want to make sure that we're maintaining the agency of teachers and students in the classroom.
So as we dive into, hello? Hi, I'm Scott Padway. I teach media and computer science at Harvest Park. That was Shilpa.
Shilpa, third grade teacher at Walnut Grove.
As we dive into some of the guiding principles, we really want to frame everything around student success. This is about how AI supports teaching and learning and helps really meet our instructional goals and our community's educational goals. AI literacy is one of the key areas here, educating students and staff on how to really learn to utilize these tools as well as evaluate different AI tools and models and how this can help support learning. Data privacy is going to be key. We need to make sure that we adhere to all the district policies, the regulations around data privacy, and academic integrity. I know that's the big topic with a lot of teachers and students, and how we can still foster a community of trust and responsibility, but while using these AI tools to really leverage student learning. And as we look at AI literacy, it's really the collection of skills that allows us to critically evaluate AI. We want students and teachers to be able to personalize their learning, assess safety and privacy of apps as new things come faster than we can, dodge them. We need to know how to properly cite AI when we use it and what that looks like in preparing for the future of work. I mean, this is going to upend and disrupt every industry. And when you think about where these students are going to be 10 years down the road and how AI, we're only 3 years into ChatGPT.
I'm Lisa Highfill, middle school, Pleasanton Virtual Academy. And as we go through this, it's really important that it's not the gotcha. We're teaching students and educators responsible uses of AI. We're empowering students for that responsible use to support learning and to teach them how to use it for drafting, refining writing, practicing language skills, and for opportunities for creativity, allowing students to express themselves in new ways. We're also looking at prohibited uses of AI, and again, not having a gotcha. This is something that is explained to students, where at the same time we're setting clear boundaries. We're using AI for impersonation, bullying, submitting uncredited AI work is not allowed. We also caution against over-reliance. AI should not replace human thinking, and if AI is used, ensuring equal access to all students. That also goes for teachers. Responsible uses of AI for educators means meaningful support from building assessments, differentiating instruction, curating quality resources, and staying current with professional development. Then thinking about considerations for teachers. We approach AI with a lens of equity and ethics. Teachers are encouraged to evaluate AI content for bias, maintain their central role in decision making, and protect our students' privacy. Following our district guidelines. It's really important. Our use of AI today remains focused on pedagogical designs and accommodations with ongoing review.
So, my name is Sherry Doyle, and I work at Leidington Elementary in a special day class. So, along those lines, we need to also recognize that administrators and the administration of AI itself will continually require guardrails. And so we have really given a lot of thought in the policy components for communication, operational efficiency, and learning management systems by continuing many of the de-identified practices that are frequently used to assess bodies of data relative to students and also relative to communications site-wide. And so in that effect, we would like to continue to support this policy?
My name is Eric Scherer. I'm the teacher librarian at Amador Valley. I actually chose this section because, there are a lot of concerns among teachers about how AI can be abused. And so we're here sort of as a policy group trying to think about how we can help students use it responsibly. One approach is really, as students are using AI for research, to encourage them to cross-check like what's going on with other credible sources, whether that's a book, a database, or so on. AI can obviously be very powerful, and teachers will use it to help students with, like all other students in their classes. And so we encourage people to cite sort of what Scott said, to cite the information, where they're getting their information. And all of the major style guides, MLA, APA, Chicago, all have references for how to use that, and that's a specific example of how MLA does that. And finally, as students are using AI apps, we want to make sure that those are secure, that they comply with state and federal laws, and that their privacy is protected.
Cindy Lau, Technology Operations Coordinator. As AI become more accessible in education, it's essential that we uphold academic integrity. Our guidance encouraged honesty by cross-checking AI-generated content, promotes respect by adopting materials for diverse learning needs. Most importantly, it emphasizes the importance of responsibility. So students and staff will disclose their use of AI through proper citation to maintain transparency and trust. So the AI guidance is not a standalone initiative. It'll be part of our technology plan. It'll help us shape how we update and evaluate digital curriculum and instructional tools over the next 3 years. And to ensure the guidance remain relevant and effective, we're inviting feedback from students, staff, and families. Their input will help shape future updates, allowing us to respond thoughtfully as technology and classroom needs evolve.
And that is our presentation. AI was used in several parts. We'll stop there for the sake of time and entertain any questions.
All right. Thank you very much. And thank you guys for waiting until this point to present. So I will start in the middle out. So we'll start with Trustee Jones first.
First off, I want to say great presentation. It's a reality. AI is in most of what we do. Sometimes we confuse AI and algorithms, but the reality is it's here and it's something our students need to learn about. So I'm excited to see that Pleasanton Unified is, and you are taking such a forward look at this. I like the policy in the handbook that you're working on. I think you are doing great work. My area of concern, because my dad was one of the leading people in artificial intelligence. They usually refer to it as deeper learning to make it sound less scary for people. But and I worked on and off as a contractor for NVIDIA for a while before going into this. One of my big areas of concern for artificial intelligence is that when you look at the 7 principles that we look at, the ethical and moral context of AI is not necessarily within the 7 principles as they are stated. And my concern with that is that if we look at it itself, for example, let's take art and AI. The art that AI constructs is from scraping the art that is, because it learns from what it sees. It is scraped from other artists without their consent. And that was something that that was a huge problem for quite a few artists, being like, my art was taken and then put into a machine or a system that is now building its own artwork based off of mine. And sometimes we actually still see the logo pieces from those artists. So we have a system that was created off of an ethical dilemma. We also see this in the writing algorithms themselves too in AI. For example, the fact that a lot of them scraped fan fiction from AO3 and other sites without those people's consent. And so for me, it is important that when we are teaching our students AI and the values behind it, we also need to both acknowledge the fact that there are problematic pieces to this, but also the fact that we need to discuss what is the ramifications ethically and morally of us using and doing these things. Because if we don't, that's how we end up with the unhinged tech bros that we currently have in Silicon Valley, because they lack the trainings on morals and ethics when it comes to these things. I love technology. I love the future. I love that we are doing this. But if we don't have the guardrails in place as well of what the consequences are, then we have people that just break things without caring, and that's where people get hurt with art theft and with these other issues that we're concerned about.
So I can address some of that, and I agree with the statements you're making. I think also this needs to be a full educational process of ethics and considerations of biases in all grade levels. Even though an elementary school student is not necessarily ready to jump into ChatGPT, we should, just like stranger danger, red ribbon weeks, it should be started from the beginning. Here's why you don't put your personal information into an AI. Here's why I don't put my friend's picture in there thinking I'm funny. That stuff needs to start at the beginning, and it has to be done throughout every grade level, every year, not just when it's convenient, not when it's for the teachers who are not uncomfortable with it, but it needs to be a part of the process.
I 100% agree with you.
All right. Vice President Makashi.
Okay. So I appreciate Trustee Jones' insight. It provides additional context for the presentation. I wanted to just echo in regards to some of the information highlighted in terms of documentation. It goes back to my additional schooling for master's work, and I have to say, going to the slide 20 and 24, talking about citations, I just, it sounds so minuscule, but I love that you highlighted that. I was in the School of APA, but did some work with MLA, and the whole point of where you are referencing, where you're getting the information, kind of echoes to what Trustee Jones is saying, that if you are using information and you're taking it from certain locations, and how do you reference that, even when you take some content from the internet and you paraphrase it, you're technically supposed to cite it because it's someone else's idea. And so I really appreciate that you've incorporated that, and even at the end here where you're talking about the suggested citation, because the citation process is continually evolving, and how do you cite it and how do you reference it, and then it gets updated and you have to redo it. And I almost looked at it from a sense of like, oh, like, because there's a lot of programs now where you just spit in the information and it will actually do it, whereas I remember 10, 15 years ago spending hours trying to find which citation am I supposed to do, because it didn't do it for you. And it really kind of goes to that point about when you're taking information and you're going through that learning process, if there's technology that computes and does that for you, you lose that sense of like that learning process. So long story short, I love the presentation. Thank you for hanging out tonight with us and going through the information. More importantly, I just have one clarifying question. Is this handbook going to be officially approved since we approved the policy tonight? Because it said draft tonight, or how is that going to be implemented out? And that was just my clarifying question of, I like this presentation, but there's a next step of what we're doing. So this is a clarifying question.
Vice President Makashi, I could take that one. So this is not an action item tonight?
I know it's not an action item, but it has the draft handbook.
It's a draft for you to review, but so I don't, maybe explain your question so I can answer.
Will it have to be board approved down the road that you're going to bring the handbook back to us? We're going to approve the handbook down the road?
The handbook is not board approved, but the board policy we will bring will be.
Right. So I apologize. I'm not asking my question clearly. So we approved the policy earlier tonight, which I already acknowledged and recognized. The handbook presented here tonight stated it's in draft mode. So now that we have approved the policy tonight, is the handbook going to be approved at the district level and going to be disseminated out, or is it, when are you planning to disseminate out the handbook, and when is it going to be finalized?
So great question. In the handbook, the policies were linked in. That's part of the reason why I said draft. So what the board approved tonight was the student policies. We still have the staff policies that will be coming before you. once those are finalized and a few other components, then from there we'll be closer to where we'll be able, or we'll be ready and feel comfortable sharing that out. Because again, considering this as year 0 in the process, going back to last spring when the policy committee commissioned this work, we undertook that work this year, and so now as we prepare to look ahead for next year, looking at this document, professional development, other uses and applications to support staff with these guide rails in place, we can begin that work. So that's where we are with it.
So the handbook will be ready sometime next year for actual dissemination?
That is the goal, yes.
Okay, great.
Yes, that is the goal.
All right, thank you. Thanks.
All right.
That's it.
Trustee Karen?
So I am really old. I started teaching with ditto machines, okay? So this is way out of my comfort zone, but I love it. And so I was teaching in substituting in a 5th grade classroom, and the kids had an hour to write their essay, and then they submitted it to AI. And the AI showed them, you know, ways to improve it. And I was like, well, that's pretty darn cool. So I am excited about this, but I'm also really, really nervous. So my question is, what kind of training do you guys see for teachers? Because if you have old fogies like me, I'm going to be like, ah.
Training is for everyone. We need students trained, teachers trained, administrators trained. We'd love to train the board. You all deserve training, and that includes our parent community as well. And the training is ongoing and in the moment. So it's not just a one and done. It's when you start that essay with your class, it's here's my expectations with AI. Here's what you can do, here's what you can't do. It connects with the explicit instruction that the district has been training in as well, because you have to explicitly demonstrate how to use large language model prompts and how to get the response you want and not get that full, just tell me an essay. So it's just something that we have started some PD already. I know I see sessions for the Summer Institute this summer, and actually we did it last summer as well. And it will be ongoing because it's changing so often.
I would love to come to one of your trainings. That would be great. And my question for teachers too, is there some way that they could use it to like grade assignments? I don't know. Again, I'm so new at this.
We're really looking at a lot of different products, a lot of different companies and what they're doing with that in terms of giving feedback to students and knowing that they're still growing. So to make purchases on anything, we're really watching carefully to see who's really effective and what's, as they grow, it's really changing. But yes, it's great for giving feedback to students.
Okay, just one last question. And again, my bullying was concerning to me. And so how can you tell whose computer it's coming from, or what can you do to stop that?
We have systems in place in the district with safeguards on. Do you want to speak to that one? With the, yeah.
Yeah, so we do have different content filter that we have in place, so categories. So a lot of these companies are actually using AI to match whether a student is entering bullying information. So it's capturing that as well. Mm-hmm.
Fantastic presentation. Thank you for being pioneers. I appreciate you guys getting out there. It's awesome.
I just wanted to add to really quickly, talking about the ethical issues, you asked about grading. I mean, that's a really important question, because how do we have to be really thoughtful about how we allow people to enter student information into these systems. And so that's just like one thing that we have to be very cautious of, and one thing that we're thinking about too as a group.
Okay, Trustee Dimitrov?
If grading came up, and that just reminded me, if there's one thing this policy I want to see in this policy is definitely that I think there's human aspects left in grading, because when you input an essay, I've done that, I've inputted my essay to give feedback. It's excellent for feedback, but for grading, it doesn't have a rubric to grade off of. It's a large language model and different forms of AI, so each teacher has their own rubric. When you give it to an AI, you don't know what it's grading from, what are its standards. So it's really impossible to use AI to grade, because you don't know its standards. So then you're grading students by a standard you don't understand yourself. So I really hope that's not a thing, because, and also it would just be a little demoralizing from students, because in my perspective, when I see AI generated content, I'm very fluent in AI, as most of my peers are. It's a little, you don't take it as seriously, you know, AI feedback, because it's made in the blink of a second, and in the content that's generated so fast, we tend to not value it as much. So I really hope grading is not captured under AI in our education. And then my other question, I mean, I think all of us can agree that a very big question with AI usage and ethics is the balance between replacing human thinking and AI inspiration. We often say, well, you should write using AI inspiration, but the question is, where is that line too far? So I just wanted to ask you, from the perspective of educators, where do you draw the line between dependence on AI, replacing human thinking, to AI inspiration for content?
Okay, there were two questions, so why don't we do the first one? In terms of the grading, and just as an absolute, the way that we have to wrap our heads around AI is that it's a first draft. It's not the final product. It's not this final, I'm done. You need to look at it. You need to consider it. And there always needs to be consideration is this accurate? Is it correct? And you need to fact check. You need to question. And that's kind of one of the more exciting things about, for me, with AI, is questioning, wait a second, does this make sense? Is this the right idea? Same thing with grading. It could give you suggestions about, hey, the structure is a little incorrect, but at the end of the day, the teacher needs to decide, am I going to give this 1 point, 2 points, etc.? That absolutely has to be standardized throughout all of these, and not just A, B, B, A, well, I'm going to go home now. So that's definitely going to be part of that. Question number 2 was, again, remind us?
Question number 2 is, where do you draw the line between replacing human thinking and AI inspiration? What's a differentiation when someone uses AI to do their work?
So as we went through our work, we as a community of practice were focused on building the policy, but there was a larger group of educators throughout PUSD that worked together to kind of explore a lot of the AI. And what we found was that emphasizing process, like Kevin said, over a final product is going to be really key. And that kind of speaks to what you're saying. The inspiration is part of the process. We're not going to necessarily be looking at a final essay that's written by AI. That's not the goal. The goal is to have it be your thinking partner, have it be your first draft in terms of helping build those ideas. And so that was something that, as a group, we looked at very carefully. And it's going to speak to that overall education piece that was part of our guiding principles, making sure that the professional development we're providing to teachers, making sure that AI education for students as it continues to evolve over the years really addresses that and puts AI into our lives more as a process component than a final product component.
I definitely agree with you. And one last thing that came up to my mind, I'm sorry for taking up so much time, but it's just, this is a relevant topic, especially with everything that's going on. AI detectors. You know, students are submitting their work. Teachers don't know, it's hard to differentiate, especially when people paraphrase, change it up. There's a lot, I know a lot of my teachers are really confused with AI. They're worried. Some of my teachers have moved over to fully paper essays because online essays are being cheated on. But the problem with AI checkers, the problem with AI detectors is there's a high rate of false positives. I mean, what I saw, and I've played around with them, you can enter like sometimes parts of the Bible and they'll be described as AI generated. And that's the problem with them. We don't really know how to detect AI. And so a lot of universities, the university I'm going to has actually asked teachers, professors not to use AI detectors to pursue academic plagiarism or punishments because of the high rate of false positives. So in this policy, I didn't see anything about AI detectors. So if there is a disciplinary situation, what's the stance on AI detectors?
So AI detectors, you're correct. They don't work. And that was a big part of our professional development this year, and it is a part of the policy as well. And we are continuing that education for all stakeholders about the misuse of plagiarism detectors. There are other ways to tell, and that's a part of our professional development at the Summer Institute. We're starting that. I'm so grateful that we're a Google district because there are so many great ways to tell with Google to start off and to really help educators know. I'm not going to say how we know out loud because then everyone will know. There are definitely ways that we can tell. Because the number one thing that we want to do is not catch someone, we want to start a conversation, because it's really important to have a relationship with students and not to squelch them as strong writers and being accused of cheating when they really worked hard on something. So relationships are most important.
I'm going to just add to that too. It goes back to your earlier question about and how I was saying it's part of the process, not the final product. That's true for grades too. It can't possibly be your final grade. That's the human agency. That's the teacher in the room. We're reviewing this work. We're not just taking feedback and saying call it a day. This is your final grade. Just like that expectation is on students that you're not submitting an essay written by AI, I'm not giving you a grade based on AI.
It's reassuring to hear. And again, back to AI detectors, I think I agree with you. There are different ways. Me, who's played around with AI a lot, there's certain patterns you can detect in ChatGPT, the way the sentence is formed. There's a dependent clause before an independent clause. They use M dashes often. So you can root it out. And in fact, on the internet, I often see, I can realize this is AI generated content. But I think that comes with development, professional development, and that's just to the board. I want to emphasize the importance of getting teachers familiarized with that type of content so they can understand how to use AI, but also to see AI, not rely on those if AI detectors are really flimsy. So honestly, in the final, I'm not going to be here next year, but in the final AI policy, I'd like to see that the AI detectors are not allowed, because it's just, there's a lot of stress coming from students that our content that we genuinely wrote ourselves will be falsely positive, and then that goes on your record, that stains everything. It's really scary. It's scary stuff.
All right. Always important to have the student perspective. That's why we have a student board member, and he does such an amazing job. So in general, my thoughts are AI, generative AI, is here to stay. The purpose of us being here is to equip our students to become productive members of society. If we do not allow them to use AI, if we do not teach them guidelines around the use of AI or unethical uses, etc., they will either be eclipsed by their peers or they'll do it anyway. And so it's better that we have guidelines. The other part of this as well is you got to use it yourself, right? Like my wife is on me all the time, right? She's a university professor and she uses it all the time. It's an efficiency boost, but you don't know what you don't know until you use it. The one comment about the PD is by the time you finish the PD of the board, the teachers, the parents, you'll be doing another cycle, because the pace of evolution in the generative AI content, that's one of the reasons why the detectors don't work, is they worked when it first came out, when you had the early versions of ChatGPT, but now with all the different models and all the different iterations and all the advancements that are being made. I do like the fact that you pointed out in the policy document around the need to check, right? So like one of the AI generated images, I sort of checked, it's like, okay, that wasn't actually the person, right? It was someone that looked like them, but it wasn't actually that subject, right? And so much like you've got to question what you see on the internet, if you Google something, you've got to question what comes out of generative AI. I do disagree with the comment around grading. It can be a very powerful grading or a useful tool. I remember my child's homework. Took a photo of the page. It was able to tell me mathematics. It was able to tell me within seconds where there were errors on the page. It can interpret the handwriting and check the math. So there are applications for grading, and that can be a tool for parents, right? Some of our parents may not even have that expertise, right? Especially as the students go up in level, or the last time they did a polynomial distribution was 20 years ago, right? Or whatever it may be. It can be a powerful tool, right? Much like Khan Academy and YouTube and everything else is a tool. It can be a tool for students, it can be a tool for parents, it can be a tool for teachers. So I like the fact that you're talking about the concepts, second guessing, checking the output, doing the continuous professional development, and so on. So the one mistake you can't make is put AI in a box, because as soon as you do, there'll be a new tool on the internet that can do what you previously said it couldn't, right? Much like when I was, I'm dating myself here, but I remember doing electrical engineering at university. Our teacher said in class, there's no calculators out there that can do matrix algebra. You can use your calculator on the test if you want. Well, myself and a couple others wrote a program. It was a programmable calculator. We wrote a program that could do it. I could solve every question on that test using my calculator if I wanted to, right? And so as soon as you say you can't do something, people find a way, right? So I appreciate all the thought that you've put into it. You've created a structure that is not too rigid, and I like that part of things. And you're also teaching the pragmatic piece. It's one of those things, if you try to avoid it and you don't address it, it'll be there anyway. So kudos. I don't really have a lot of questions because I think you addressed them all, but so great job.
Thank you. If I could just say one final comment, and our superintendent says this a lot, and you kind of spoke to it in your statements. AI is extremely disruptive in terms of the impact that it has made and will continue to make. So for us as educators, especially at all levels, recognizing that we have to continue to be lead learners, especially given how we may be at different places, the early adopters, those who will come along with the masses, and the resistors who are like, no way. We have to continue to set the stage that just as we are trying to really foster the critical thinking, the collaboration, the things that do not necessarily have a right or wrong, yes or no, but really challenging what we know to help us get to deeper levels of understanding and growth. Similarly, as an entire system, we have to take that posture and be okay. I can definitely admit that the people on this team, when we began this journey, they were much further along in their use and comfort with AI. So I had to live out what I'm saying. But, you know, we together moved along this journey, and I grew and learned personally, as some of our presenters here have presented nationally on this topic. So it takes everyone understanding that this tool is here, and I'll close with this. With the presentation that was just before us about the adoption of the Spanish language arts, when we think about our English learners, when we think about our students with disabilities, think about all students who may have challenges and needs, where others may have had tutors and other things, AI can really come in and be an equalizer and really help close some of the gaps that we as human beings on our own have struggled with. So there's tremendous opportunity, there's fear, there's all those things, but it's a great frontier.
One president privilege here. I see our CTO at the back of the room. Have we considered what sites we're blocking and what are acceptable AI tools, etc.? You don't necessarily have to come up, but the reason I bring this up is, like, my daughter on the weekend, well, two of my kids attended something put on at Amador, as an example. They took their district laptops and 3/4 of the students weren't able to do the exercises that were put on because they didn't bring their own personal computers. It was emphasized bring a laptop, but the parents, including myself, didn't connect. That meant personal laptops because the district laptops were locked down to the point where they couldn't use some of the tools that the students were trying to teach them. And so I want to make sure that as we sort of go forward with this policy, that our IT department is keeping pace with development as well and considering what sites are appropriate to be used in the classroom and are connecting with the teachers that are teaching these materials and so saying, hey, like I love in the policy, be very clear. Can you use AI on this assignment or not? And then making sure that assignment is available on a district laptop for that equity reason that you mentioned. So if anyone wants to comment, you're welcome.
I can answer that question. So as part of this work, this is kind of to help us guide our way in doing evaluations in the top of different AI platforms out there. We also have to look at the data privacy as well with the students. So on top of that, going through all that processes, then we can evaluate and provide a list similar to all the digital platforms we have during COVID remote learning to ensure that these are the appropriate platforms that our district are encouraging teachers and staff and students to use. So that way that we have the data privacy in place and that students are using these platforms appropriately. And then that way we also have the professional developments on top of it as well.
But as of right now, any high school kid can go on a VPN or use the data on their phone. They can go to any site that they want and just connect there. Coming back to full circle, we need the education at every grade level, the ethics, the considerations, the moralities.
Right, but kids outside of high school usually haven't installed a VPN on their Chromebook.
You'd be surprised.
Well,
Yeah, lots of people use VPNs, but VPNs cost money. And on a school Chromebook, ChatGPT is banned, so you can't open ChatGPT. I mean, I know friends, they have found other programs, but you have to use either a different Chromebook or a different computer, or you have to use a VPN.
right, but that's what I'm saying. Like, it's here, it's in use. Kids will find a way around with VPNs and others. It's not new technology. It's been around for 20 years, VPNs. So let's not put our head in the sand. Let's think through this. That's my ask. I'm not trying to rail on anyone here. I know everyone
Agreed.
works
Totally
hard.
agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally agree.
All right. Awesome. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. All right. You were getting jazz hands from our student trustee. All right. While we rearrange the room, next topic is Child Nutrition Services Annual Report. As they brought samples. Ooh.
Yeah, we have our full CNS team here, and Sarah and the team are passing out, and we'll do introductions and begin in a little bit.
All right. All right. I'd like to say this is the best presentation ever since you brought food. So.
It's okay to be biased.
I was saying we should have had you earlier in the night. All right, you can get started whenever you're ready. You're supposed to wait.
Let's start. You guys can eat. You can enjoy while we talk. Can you do?
could you slideshow? Hello, everybody. So this is our annual Child Nutrition Services report for school year 24-25. Really quick, I am Sarah Kimichuk. I am the Director of Child Nutrition Services.
I'm Steve Seligman, the Shipping Coordinator.
I'm Lasya Shah. I'm the Operations Coordinator.
Thank you.
All right. So first, I wanted to just do a little bit of background into menu planning. This is going to be a little insight into our little world. So just to give you guys a little background, we start off with a completely blank Excel spreadsheet where we simply fill in various ideas for what entrees we would like to serve at the elementary, middle, and high school level. What we do is we base this off of historical data after reaching out to students, getting parents' information, anything that kind of comes to our mind. This is where we really kind of have a blank slate and plan. So although it says creative process, after you consider all of our regulations that you see on the board of our 5 components, we are a peanut and tree nut free district. It can get a little difficult to become creative in this process. So it's a bit more restrictive than you might think. It is also a little difficult to come up with dairy-free or vegetarian options when we have all these limitations kind of shoving us into this little tiny box. And one fun fact about this process is that for the high school menu in fall of 2024, in a single menu that we served from August to October, we had 350 items to individually price and source. If you extend that to the middle school menu for that cycle and also the elementary menu for that cycle, it becomes close to 700 items. So it's quite extensive. The next thing that I wanted to talk about is another factor we have, which is food cost. So there's a big misconception, I think, lately that since we do serve universal free meals to students, that all the food and all the supplies are also free for child nutrition. However, that is not the case. So we do have a very strict budget that we must stick to stay fiscally responsible. If you see the reimbursement rate listed here, that not only has to cover food costs, but that also has to cover all of our expenditures, including labor, equipment, and paper supplies. So we can only spend about 40% of our budget on food. As I go through this slideshow today, I would like everyone to simply keep in mind that on average we are able to spend about $1.50 on each lunch entree. This is after accounting for the cost of an average carton of milk or fruit and vegetable, which is again a requirement of our program to serve alongside the entree. So we're able to keep our expansive menu, you can see, by balancing out higher cost entree items such as the Japanese steakhouse salad with lower cost entrees such as the Chipotle black bean bowl. And yes, you read that correctly, for 43 cents is what we make that for. We do have a link to food costs on here. I'm not going to press on that for timing purposes, but you can take a look at that later if you would like to see the madness that we go through for every single menu. Okay. And this past cycle 3, we actually had their mixed berry oats on the menus at the high school. Continuing, we have also done a blind taste test with them. So we are currently putting a
mac and cheese with hidden veggies. We're planning on that for elementary next year. And so what we had them do is we gave them 3 different mac and cheeses with pureed carrots, butternut squash, and sweet potato in them. And we had them try them and tell us what they liked. And the consensus was the sweet potato was the best and the carrot was the worst. So what we'll be doing is next cycle, or cycle 1 of school year 25-26, we will be putting the sweet potato mac and cheese on there. Something that they've also mentioned to us, as well as other students, is that they really appreciate the menu diversity that we've been bringing, so that's something that we're continuing to push. What we have on the screen here are 3 of our items from the high school this year. We have a tandoori paneer with biryani, which is a spiced rice, an Indian spiced rice dish. We have a Mediterranean bulgur salad with seasoned garbanzos, house-made dressing, and a cucumber tomato salad. And then we also have barbecue ribs with a house-made potato salad and house-made marinated mushrooms. So these are some of the options that we have. And something else we like to do is everyone loves to get a treat every now and then, so we decided that every month we were going to give the students some form of a treat. We planned this out early on, and our most recent treat was in May. I think it was about 2 weeks ago. We had the Hershey's ice cream, and the look on the kids' face when they walked out of the lunchroom and there was one of us just holding an ice cream out to them. It's such a fun experience to see them get so happy about something so small like a treat. So it's something that we hope to continue to do.
Great. And then I want to talk about staffing really quick. So we've been really fortunate this year. We have had less than 5 vacancies throughout the entire school year at any given point, with a total of 62 total positions. I did want to give just some background, because 2 years ago we only had 50 positions in our department with 24 vacancies. So we went from 50% fully staffed to completely fully staffed in the span of 2 years. It's been a lot of hard work to do that. And one person I really wanted to highlight tonight is Teresa Burke. She is retiring next Friday after 28 years of service in child nutrition. She has even served as interim director multiple times, so the amount of wisdom that she brings to the table is just invaluable. It's going to be hard to see her go next week. We were lucky to hire in Jessica Sanchez. She was actually our middle school specialist at Hart Middle School, and she's been shadowing Teresa all month long just to make sure that we can transition smoothly and not lose all of that wonderful wisdom that Teresa holds. You can see her retirement party with a bunch of our kitchen staff in this picture, and then our kitchen staff in another situation, including them on a Domino's specialty pizza tasting. Not only do we want to make sure that our staff are appreciated, but also that their opinions on products and food are heard and listened to within our department.
I know we mentioned that we like to give treats to the students, but we also love giving treats to our staff. During the holidays, we got them a gift basket full of cookies, brownies, and chocolate, because who doesn't love chocolate? Also, on May 2nd of this year, it was National School Lunch Superhero Day. So we got all of our ladies and delivered fresh donuts, and gentlemen, and delivered fresh local donuts, and we created a customized canvas bag that says, not all superheroes wear capes, some wear aprons.
We've purchased quite a bit of equipment this year for present day and for the future. You'll see on the right, we have a freezer area that used to be 3 different vintages of freezer, and it became impossible to fix any one of them. They have been replaced with 2 much better freezers for both Amador and for sending out to the other schools. We've also purchased a tilt skillet, which is in the upper left, a vacuum sealer to go along with that so we can package up anything and send it out to the schools, and all kinds of sushi making machinery. We have a sushi rice washing machine, we have a tumbler, we have a roller, and we have a sushi cutter. These are some of the highlights of the elementary school. We have, you'll see on the top left is a chicken parm sandwich the kids really liked, and the veggie chili mac on the right, which was made at all 3 levels. I also want to highlight that all of our food there you'll see are made site-specific. So they are not made out of a central kitchen. Every one of the elementary schools, middle schools, and high schools make their own food. Middle schools, this year we have a paneer wrap on the left. You'll see the Chipotle bowl. You see we have curry, either a red curry, a yellow curry. We had a massaman curry. And yes, next year we're going to do a yellow curry with varied vegetables and varied protein sources. We also have we have a Cobb salad and we have a veggie wrap for all the vegetarians. For the high school, we have a sushi bowl. We have the massaman curry. We had a beef bibimbap that was suggested by SIAC and tested by SIAC. And then on the right, we have burnt ends, which were brought in from North Carolina because it's their specialty. Coming, we have, of course, the sushi on the top right. We have 3 different levels of pasta with meatballs. They are chicken meatballs, so everybody can eat them. The elementary level has a basic tomato sauce, and the other levels have a Calabrian chili sauce that is made in-house. The tandoori chicken you'll notice on there is a very popular item. We're also including that on the middle schools starting next year. And you're sampling the baked tofu with sun-dried tomato pesto sandwich, which will be on the menu.
Great, and then just to wrap it up all together, so child nutrition is simply trying to continue to push innovation. We're focusing on staff, supporting students' needs, and modernizing kitchens. We are continuing to make sure that training is available and easy for staff to attend so it doesn't conflict with their workday, since of course food service is a very, time management is very important. So we're trying to make that very easy for them to expand their knowledge while they're in the kitchen. We are very open to feedback, and one thing that continues to make us laugh is the SIAC students always tell us that we're nicer than they thought we would be. So we are very open to feedback, whether or not it's negative or positive. Our goal is really just to provide food for the students and make sure that they have the energy to get through their school day. And we are also working with the facilities department to modernize kitchens. We really believe that people eat with their eyes first, and that doesn't just mean food. It also is the cleanliness of a facility that you're in, and the students deserve to be in a more modernized facility, so we are working on that. We hope that you guys enjoyed the snacks that we provided today, and thanks for listening to our presentation.
All right. Questions? We'll go reverse order. Vice President McCaughey.
So I don't have any questions, just kudos. I remember when you first joined with the district, it seems like yesterday, and I would like to commend your work with the department to really build it to what it is today. I know it's been a lot of work, and I've really kudos in terms of your staffing change. I mean, obviously, the retention and being able to hire people and keep them is a testament to what you're doing. I just wanted to say, great presentation, and I hate fruit, and I don't like oatmeal, and I've eaten quite a bit of this, so it's very impressive. So thank you so much for the goodies, and job well done.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right. Trustee Jones?
I'll keep this short and sweet. First, my favorite was definitely the tofu sun-dried tomato. It was phenomenal. That's probably my favorite, but phenomenal presentation. Y'all have done great throughout this year. One of the things that you didn't mention that I wanted to highlight that I'm really excited and proud of from you guys is your commitment and response to when students email you with any issues that come up. Exactly, and so since I know I work with Village, and you responded very quickly with their concerns, so I just want to say you're phenomenal and great job.
Thank you.
All right. Trustee Carrion.
I can't believe I ate tofu. I didn't even know it. It was awesome. The food was really good. Thank you. My question is, how do you make sure there's food safety? I mean, like that nobody gets any food poisoning or anything, but what are things in place?
Yeah, so one of our hiring requirements is that every single site has to have a Serve Safe Food Manager training certificate on site. That's always the lead of the site. We also do yearly trainings where Steve goes to sites, make sure that everyone's washing their hands, we have aprons, hair nets, that there's food temperatures being taken at multiple times of the day. When we get deliveries, temperatures are taken, so we really make sure from A to Z everything is safe, everybody is trained. We do corrective action right away if we see anything that we do not appreciate. So it kind of just goes from, you know, the back end all the way to the front end.
Thank you. I really liked this too. I appreciate that you took the SciAx input and that you were doing that. And so earlier in the year, there was a concern from Village, and how did you go about addressing that issue? I think he was alluding to that. Did you go out there and did you fix the problem, was the first question. And second, does Village get the same kind of food that everybody else does?
They actually get even more selection to a certain extent. We've made accommodations to not only relegate them to the particular days where we're serving at Amador, but we've rearranged the menu to have them have food that's not an option at Amador sometimes. So they get even more. Yeah.
And I do want to add to that, you know, whenever there are issues with students, we don't just like to email back, we like to meet with them. So we did have a meeting with Heather and then Joseph, and then had a face-to-face, well, a virtual face-to-face meeting within a couple days. So we really like to be really kind of take it kind of, yeah, proactive approach, I guess, with the kids.
This is excellent. Thank you very much.
All right, Trustee Dimitriev.
Yeah, I just want to say you guys are the GOATs. I mean, this might be my most favorite presentation of the entire year. And also, it's always like my favorite part of the school when I get to go get lunch, especially these past 2 years has been really wonderful. And I mean, there's just too many things to list. I tried to keep up, but like with the improvements, I mean, the kitchen's getting better, the food is getting better, cultural variety. I mean, there's just so much hidden vegetables. I know that's an idea that I actually started, not started, but one of the ideas that we brought up aside, and it's just so wonderful to see so much adopted. Just really, really awesome. I'm so proud of you guys. This is really great.
Thank you very much.
My question is, you mentioned that at the very beginning of the presentation, you mentioned there are some limitations that make your job harder. And I wanted to ask if these limitations are on the district side and if we can help with that. Or just in general, how can we make your job easier with these limitations to make food better?
Unfortunately, those are federal regulations that I was referring to, so it is all about the calorie count, it's the sodium count, it's how much fat we're able to use in food. So when you think of sodium and fat, a lot of that is what we consider flavor to the food. So when you start taking all those things away, we really have to be creative with our spices and our flavorings to make sure we can still fit in that federal regulated box. But still make delicious food too. So unfortunately, I don't think the district can really do much, but we appreciate the question.
Thank you.
All right, great job, great presentation. The only question I had was, I noticed in the presentation the use of paper plates in some cases and plastic containers in others. Are we on the backside of the lunch meal properly recycling all the recyclables?
Yeah, so we do have the green team in Pleasanton Unified, and so there are schools that are really focused on, you know, trash, recyclable, compostables. We are looking to do more compostables in our district. However, the price right now, it's 17 times more expensive to do compostables in general in food service compared to more recyclable items. So for example, all of our food trays that every student uses are compostable, and so we are trying to slowly get into compostable. It just would kind of break the bank if we did it all at one time.
Okay, that was my only question. Great job. Thank you.
Speaking of utensils, just if I had one more comment, could you please add knives? I mean, for example, going back, there was like a couple slides with the ribs. Having a knife would be so much nicer, plastic knife. I know there are some safety concerns, but I don't know if you can do anything with a plastic knife. It would just make life so much easier if we had a plastic knife. Yeah.
We can definitely consider that.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
You can maybe talk to the airlines. They've solved this problem, I think. Maybe. Anyway. Yeah, I meant it genuinely. I wasn't trying to be tongue-in-cheek there. All right. Thank you very much for your presentation. Excellent, and good night. All right. I will...
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you again. All right, moving on to item E, Early and Expanded Learning Year-End Reports, California State Preschool Program, Self-Evaluation, and Expanded Learning Opportunity Program updates.
That's just me. Over you there. All right, good evening, President Brown, Board of Trustees, Interim Superintendent Geisels, Executive Cabinet, staff, and community may be watching us on TV. My name is Monique Liebhard, and I am the Director of Early and Expanded Learning, and I am joined by the Early and Expanded Learning Coordinator, Ms. Dee Dee Huckabee. And we are here tonight to present our annual program self-evaluation for the California State Preschool Program, as well as give you an overview of updates in the department. So I will start us off with our first slide. Patrick? No, he does that. All right, so this is just an overview, and actually I give this presentation every year and update this slide every year. So as you know, we are Early and Expanded Learning. The Early is our STEAM preschool. That's our California State Preschool Program. Last year, beginning July 1, the regulations for state preschool changed regarding the ages that we could serve, and preschool began at age 2. We have had 2-year-olds in our program this year, and it's very carefully regulated, the percentage of 2-year-olds that you can serve in a classroom, to make sure that the classrooms are age balanced. We, this past year, have increased the number of children with IEPs. We are required to set aside a minimum of 5%. We well exceed that. We partner closely with our SPED department and have children co-enrolled between iPals and STEAM. Our Kids Club, our expanded learning side of the house, it's Kids Club, TK through 5th grade. Our Next Gen program, that's a new name, formerly known as Panther Club. It is Next Gen because we've outgrown just Panther Club at PMS and will be expanding to Hart. And our 6th graders from both Harvest Park and Hart will be served at Hart. And our PMS program, Next Gen at PMS, and then Next Gen over at Hart. And then we have been expanding our enrichment programs. We just had a huge mariachi fiesta, very successful event. I want to bring your attention to the number of students served in 2024, 1,302 students. That's huge. When I got here in March of 2022, I will tell you the number of children enrolled because I looked it up. There were 486 students in Kids Club, plus 32 students that were enrolled in Horizon and STEAM, making a total of 518 students back in 2022. We are at 1,300 students today. In 23, we doubled that number. We went to 954. And this is all due to the expansion that has been going on beginning when I got here and expanding in 23, 24, and where we are today. So we continue to grow. Next slide, please, Patrick. So the annual process, this annual self-evaluation requires board input, that we share this information with you so you are informed. The whole process is based on this exhaustive program instrument with 5 dimensions, 27 items. It evaluates everything from our enrollment, certification, eligibility process, to parent signature and attendance, our family engagement, program quality, administration, and our fiscal audit. Next slide, please. And it's a cycle. This is not just a one and done. We gather the data, student data from our DRDP, that's the Desired Results Developmental Profile. There's a parent survey that where we gather data. There's the class assessment tool. We identify areas of improvement. We have a monitoring system where we've aligned that program instrument to our own rubric, so we're always going back and checking, and it's ongoing. And then we present our areas for strengthening, make those adjustments, and we go on every year. This year's findings, actually, our highlights, our areas of strength this year were what we had identified last year's of our areas of improvement. So the number one was in the DRDP. This year, every student was evaluated twice. They're required to be evaluated within 60 days of enrollment, and then a second evaluation 6 months later. That data is uploaded to the state through this DRDP online, and we get this really rich data profile that can come back based on different cohorts. I can tease out how our English language learners are doing. I can tease out how those 2-year-olds are doing. So now I have the full data picture. Other areas that we needed to strengthen was ensuring that our classroom environments were not only, age appropriate and developmentally appropriate for our 2, 3, and 4-year-olds, but were we challenging our older 4-year-olds who were either going to be going to TK or even sometimes going to kindergarten, and we have done that, and I'm excited to show you some images of those classrooms. Next, family engagement is another area where we're really strong. So go ahead, Patrick, that was perfect. So DRDP at a glance, this is that data I can now access, and this was just pulling out the domain of language and literacy development, and you can see fall 24 and spring 25, so it's a really rich data source, and it's not just about looking at the data, it is making it applicable, specific to the student's need. So then curriculum is individualized by classroom, by group, and we can really fine-tune and make sure that we're meeting the children's needs. Next slide, Patrick. Oh, I love showing this to you. These are our learning environments. So one of the things, again, I was shared that our areas that we needed to improve was how were we getting kiddos ready for TK and kindergarten. Some kids stay with us and go straight to kindergarten, and that was an area for improvement. And one of the things I need to credit Ms. Cheryl Azelton, who's the site lead, that she came up with is a lot of our older preschoolers, they don't nap anymore. It's, not cool to nap when you're 4. And so there was a period of identified time that we could take advantage of, and she purchased these table-side lamps that you see in many restaurants. So the kiddos who are sleeping are not disturbed, and our older kiddos, you can see them sitting there with their table-side lamps, are doing their kinder time and having this enhanced learning experience. I share a couple photos with you about a recent curriculum. This is Room 2. The Room 2 team at STEAM are just phenomenal. They created this comprehensive study unit that was integrated across all areas of curriculum. The dramatic, you see a little one dressed up as a beekeeper. This was their dramatic play. They learned about the hive, pollination. They've just created really wonderful, wonderful curriculum. Next slide. We're really strong in family engagement. We utilize a portal, a program called Ready Rosie, and I call it a portal because every parent has an account whereby applicable videos are pushed out to the parents. They're English and in Spanish or the family's home language, and parents see the videos. We have family engagement activities. We had a recent Saturday family play date, and next slide. And I'm going to turn it to Ms. Huckabee.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm Dee Dee Huckabee. I'm the coordinator for Early and Expanded Learning. And just to highlight a couple things about our expanded learning part of the program, as Monique mentioned, Next Gen, which is a new name, Next Generation, that the kids helped come up with, and we're really excited about expanding that part of the program. We are now in 9 elementary schools with the addition of Walnut Grove last year, which was a real highlight for us. And we really are focused on that 9-hour school day. As you heard earlier when we did the recognition of Donlin and Vintage Hills, just really focusing on the quality of the 9-hour school day and enhancing the education that occurs for the children in our care. There is strong funding for expanded learning. We do have ongoing statewide support, and there are no budget cuts anticipated this year. Next slide, please. And we continue to expand, as Monique shared with you the numbers. This year we will be expanding even more. We have our new portables going up at 2 of our sites, Valley View and Fairlands. And then at Hearst Kids Club, which is close to my heart, coming from Hearst as a site lead before this position, we've expanded, got a 3rd classroom. And we're going to be serving at least 40 more students, and most of them being unduplicated, and really serving a huge need in that community. And then, of course, we talked about Hart Middle School and the new program for Next Gen. Next slide, please. And our enrichment. We are filled with enrichment opportunities for students, and our site leads are constantly coming up with activities and partnerships with, as you saw, the Board of Education that was here, Alameda County, and just whatever partnerships we can come up with to really enhance the enrichment. We do have a green curriculum, which was recognized tonight. We also really focus on social and emotional growth curriculum. Our Leader in Me curriculum, which we have spoken about before here, really is effective in teaching kids principles of social and emotional growth. We also have community partners. We just had our first parent meeting for next school year for Get on the Bus, which is our soccer program for the community, and we partner with the Ballistic United and Pleasanton Rage, and our kiddos are so excited to get their uniforms, to get their soccer balls, and to be a part of that program once again. And then, of course, we just had our big mariachi fiesta that Monique referred to. It was an enormous success. We had over 180 children that were performers in the fiesta, and we are partnered with many parents, many community members with PPIE this coming up here, and we're really excited about the opportunities that will continue to exist for further enrichment. Any questions?
All right. Trustee Dimitriev?
No questions.
Okay. Trustee Karen?
I love your program. I was so excited when I went to visit. The kids were so engaged. They were so happy. And I want to say kudos to your great work. Slide 10 makes me so happy, the expansion. I just love how you're expanding because we really need to expand. So my question is regarding like ALISAL. I know that we're planning on expanding them because of new housing. Do we have like long-term plans to be adding to them to match the new classrooms we're going to be having?
I can take that.
Yes, we're talking about that the other day. We're going to be engaging in a preliminary study that's going to look at what the size of that area is going to be and how many classrooms we're going to need. So that's work we're engaged with, and we'll also take in consideration the needs of Kids Club and their program as well.
And we were able to expand the ALISAL Kids Club program this year. In January, we secured an additional classroom space, partnering with Principal Elias Muniz, and we have room 20, which allowed us to add an extra 40 children to the program.
Excellent. And just one last question is on slide 6. It said something about like 34% was not reaching, they're not ready for kindergarten. So I don't know if that was like a mid-year or if I'm not reading it correctly. The slide about
the DRDP?
Yeah. And so are the kids not making,
No. So, Thank you for pointing this out. So the DRDP is a continuum. It doesn't mean that children are not ready. So if you see on the beginning, on the far left where it says early infancy, this is starting with age 0, and it's a continuum for 0 to 5. And so it's a developmental profile, and we're looking at where children are falling on those continuum. And remember, our group of children, this is all children in those classrooms ages 2 to 5. So this score is exactly what we would expect. The important thing is to look at fall 24 of where most children were in the building earlier, and then spring 25 moving ahead to that building middle. So this is
Excellent.
exactly on track.
Perfect. Thank you for that clarification.
Welcome.
And great work.
Thank you.
Sure.
Looked over the presentation one more time. I'm sorry. I just wanted to ask, like, how's the community with expanded learning? How's the community reacting to that? Are there more people signing up?
Oh gosh, we are full. we open a new classroom and it is full immediately. We have a continuing long waiting list, and it's just about making a dent in that list and serving as many children as we can, prioritizing the children most in need first.
That's awesome. Thank you for what you do.
Yeah,
Everything you do.
thank you.
All right, Trustee Jones?
Hello again.
Hello.
I've seen you a lot this last month. I just want to say, I love the work that you all do. And the way that you've expanded these programs and brought in communities that often feel left out or unable to participate is so important and impactful to me. There wasn't room when I was in school. There wasn't room at Kids Club, which would have really helped my mom while she was working at the district. And on top of that, I have friends that would have benefited from programs like Mariachi and so many others. So to see the work that you have done, including the move of iPals and STEAM to better support those who really need it, like, that's powerful. And I do appreciate what you've done. My one question, and it was actually brought to the board in the past, and thinking back on my own family, is it possible for us, when it comes to programs like Kids Club or other ones, to also have a higher priority for staff that have family or like students within the district to be able to participate?
Well, I could tell you our priorities are determined by the California Department of Education. So the ELOP funding, that is to support our unhoused, our children in foster care, our economically disadvantaged students, and our English language learners. Once those students have been served and every eligible student has been offered a slot, they can decline, but once and we get audited to make sure that we are doing that work, then those remaining slots are what's available to our fee pay families.
Muted myself. So then for the free pay section, then would we be able to prioritize staff?
We can. We do have a ranking system where our early and expanded learning staff have a priority, and that becomes priority number 5, and then PUSD staff. But the reality is, with the number of students and the need, that it doesn't necessarily get down to those levels. However, the number one option that we created to serve more fee-paid students is the part-time TKK. So with that option, we are able to, at most sites, offer a part-time slot to anybody who wants one. There's always a couple of our sites that are impacted no matter what, but that's been a huge success, enabling to serve more of our fee-paid community.
Okay. Thank you so much. It
Yeah.
sounds like we need to expand.
We always need to expand. Vice President McCaughey.
So it's been a pleasure to see the program expand since when you first came on board with the district. I believe that was 3 years ago?
Yeah, March 2022.
Yeah, congratulations. Appreciate what you're doing. I wanted to just highlight, which was already alluded to, with the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, as you already stated, it really targets, our foster students, unduplicated count. But on slide 2, when you state that basically 1,300 students have been serviced. That goes to the credit of what you're doing with this program to do that outreach, to get as many of our qualified students engaged. And I was looking at, because that was one of the things I was looking at in your fiscal year instrument that you have included here. It talks about eligibility, and there's a lot of steps that have to be done to get students to qualify. You know, I saw the application parents have to fill out, and it's a lot of work, and a lot of families may not even want to do that. So that outreach that you're having to do to help educate the families to say, hey, your child is eligible and this is why, it just goes a testament to your hard work. But more importantly, so if you think about the percentage of students that we're servicing is 10%, I mean, of the entire population, right? You know, we have, do I have that number right? Yeah, I mean, it's a big chunk. And it just, I think what people don't realize is that the purpose of this type of program is to service those students that are underserved and get them, reach them early on. So the fact that, you know, the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program is really engaging, extending the days. I love the slide talking about 30 additional days, because we talk about learning lost time. We talked a lot about it during COVID, but that break between summer break, you know, and providing that time with our students just goes to a testament of what you're doing. So that's exciting to hear. Is there plans in terms of getting additional eligible students to participate from what you were saying? I know 1,300, that's a great goal. And I don't know what the number was last year, but I assume it's increased. So
I can tell you
is your goal to get another, like, how are you working for your goal? Is it like you're going to try to attract additional 40 students or 50 students, or do you do those? I assume you have to do those types of projections in the grant applications and reports that you're submitting to the state. So I'm just curious of what's the trajectory.
So last year, our total enrollment was 962. So we grew significantly in that 1 year's time. So we're growing in a variety of ways to offer opportunities for families across the board, across the community. We recognize that many families on that Kids Club wait list realistically won't get in. So what we do is our summer camp program is open to everybody, and so that's where we pull in a lot of people on that waiting list. And so though they don't have a school year slot, they have 2 months with us in a really reasonably priced, super high quality program. Other things that we do to continue to support students in the summer months, ELOP only covers the school year and then 30 non-school days, which brings us to late June. And so that's where partnership with PPIE to fund that gap will support students, economically disadvantaged students whose time would have ended through that gap. So we're always looking at innovative ways to support students, whether that is our fee pay community, our students at risk, and then of course our enrichment program. So.
Well, that's great. Thank you for staying so late to give the presentation. I absolutely love the program in my day job. I have experience working with it in another district, so I know how hard it is to really engage those students and families to really get them to understand the benefits of the program. So it's one of my favorite presentations. It's really grown a lot, and thank you again.
Thank you.
All right. One of the things about being the chair of the board this year is all my fellow colleagues have said everything that I could think to say, and they've done it very eloquently. So double tap on everything they said. You guys do phenomenal work. Love the expansion. Love everything you're doing. So congratulations, and thank you for the report. And for staying so late to provide it. All right. Thank you very much. We will move on to item F, which is discussion action resolution number 2024-2025.60 to recognize the month of June as LGBTQIA+ Pride Month. And do we want to read the resolution and then vote? Okay. All right. Why don't we start with Namardo? Unless, Ed, did you want to introduce the topic at all?
You did a great job, President Brown, so thank
Okay.
you very much. You said exactly what, maybe I'll just read out what it is. It's supporting the rights of the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, questioning, intersex, and asexual, otherwise known as LGBTQIA+ community. And before the board is the resolution to recognize the month of June as LGBTQIA month. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Grable.
To recognize the month of June as LGBTQIA+ Pride Month, whereas the strength and richness of our community is in its diversity, the vibrance and character of the Pleasanton Unified School District and broader community are enhanced by each individual's unique identities, including culture, race, gender, and sexual orientation, and
whereas the Pleasanton Unified School District's strategic plans moral imperative underscores that all students and staff have the right to a safe and respectable learning environment that fosters positive connections, and
whereas the district's equity and diversity resolution passed on January 12, 2016, excuse me, states that all staff and students will be provided with the opportunity and education needed to understand identity with regards to gender, ethnicity, parental status, ability, religion, or sexual orientation, and the connection between identity and the disparate impact of both contemporary and historical practices in education and society as a whole on our students, and
whereas the district's equity policy passed on June 16, 2022 states that the Pleasanton Unified School District is committed to working towards the attainment of educational equity by valuing the strength and richness of our diverse community through fostering a barrier-free environment where all students, regardless of background, benefit from a high-quality educational experience. And
whereas the Pleasanton Unified School District is dedicated to supporting the acceptance and inclusion of all students and staff, as well as preventing discrimination and bullying based on sexual orientation and gender identity, and
whereas an individual's identity should not only be understood and acknowledged, but celebrated as a valued member of the broader community, and
whereas the Pleasanton Unified School District Board of Trustees wishes to continue our ongoing practice of honoring the variety of celebrations recognizing lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex, asexual, and similar historically marginalized committees, plus Pride Month, around the nation and throughout the state of California during the month of June.
Therefore, be it resolved that the Pleasanton Unified School District hereby declares June 2024 LGBTQIA+ Pride Month and proudly flies the pride flag of the district office in each of our campuses to signify support for the LGBTQIA+ community. And Trustee Jones, did you want to make a resolution?
I will, but first I do want to comment on this, if that's possible.
Yes.
All right. First, I want to thank staff for bringing this forward and for writing this, doing the work that you did. It does mean a lot. But I also want to thank, again, the board for always supporting this. And also, I believe we need to acknowledge as well the fact that this is a historic moment for Pleasanton, because this is the first time again in our 130-year history where you have somebody that is LGBT on the board that's going to be making this motion and also reading this resolution. We have not had that. And when you look at these things like the Progress Pride flag, symbolism and representation matters because it shows that we are a safe district, that everyone is welcome and included here, and that we're letting the students in our district see that we can be successful, that we can thrive, and that we can make it. And so I appreciate the fact that for our district, this is a commitment to all of us and a celebration of how the beauty in our differences make us stronger together as a community. So again, tonight, I want to thank all of you for being a part of this and making this possible and showing that our district is committed to all of our communities and making sure that we are valued, loved, and a part of this in the fabric of Pleasanton. So with that, I move to approve our Pride resolution.
I'll second.
All right, first and seconded. Trustee Dimitriev, preferential? We'll do a roll call vote, as is customary. Trustee Carrion?
Yes.
Trustee Jones?
Yes.
Trustee McCaughey?
Aye.
And I for myself, so that passes 6-0. 5-0. Thank you for that correction. It is 10 o'clock. 10 minutes. Oh, yeah. Tricked by my own attempt to keep staff presentations on track. All right. Very good. It's 9:35. Let's keep moving. All right. We are on to item G, which is the sunshining of the APT collective bargaining agreement.
Thank you, President Brown. So under the provisions of the California State Bargaining Act, Collective Bargaining Act, each party, prior to beginning formal negotiations, must present or sunshine proposals at a public meeting of the board. Both the district and the Association of Pleasanton Teachers are presenting successor proposals in order to initiate formal negotiations for the 25-26 school year. If there, I will take questions, but otherwise the administration would recommend that the Board of Trustees approve the sunshine proposals.
All right. Any questions? Go ahead.
I just have one question, is that ever since I've been here, reassignment and transfer has been a huge issue. So I'm wondering if there's any way to do like some of the design model. I mean, how are you going to approach this? I mean, or like, it's such a tricky issue.
I won't get into the details of the negotiations, but I will say that both the district and APT have an interest, a common interest in Article 4, which is related to, Article 7, which is related to the transfer process.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Not hearing any. I'm looking for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
All right. First and seconded. I don't believe you can vote on this one, Trustee Dimitriev. So we'll just electronically vote, and it's 4-0, which represents a majority. All right. Moving on to item H. Discussion action on the 2024-2025 Me Too tentative agreement with CSEA and PUSD.
I'll take this one. So in our on May 8th, we brought forward to the board the APT's settlement for the 24-25, and that included a 1% increase in the salary schedule, but it did also have additional benefits that the association received, and that included the stipend. We stopped the proration on the master's and the PhD stipend, and we also extended, increased the health care benefits. And so on May 8th, the CSCA contract benefited from the 1%, and we still had to negotiate the other benefits from the APT agreement. And so last week, we did meet with them, and we had discussions around it, and that the additional benefits, which accounted to about 0.54%, we agreed that would get directed to the salary schedule beginning July 1st, 2025. Those costs were captured in our AB 1200 in our multi-year budget. And so with this approval, we would be approving the remainder portion of the Me Too that is part of Article 18.2.1.
Okay. Any questions? Go ahead, Trustee McCaughey.
I don't have a question, just a comment. Just first off, I know I asked about the history of the Me Too clause the other week. Thank you for the follow-up during the week on that. I really appreciate it. I just wanted, in the spirit of the classified week celebration, I think it's perfect timing that this is coming up to approve. And as a former certificated staff member and now a classified manager in a district, this is personal for me, just appreciation for the hard work for classified staff, even though hypothetically, it wouldn't apply to the managers, but I just think I am correct on that, correct? Or do the managers get?
This is just, the Me Too arrangement is just with the classified.
But classified managers,
Just
yes.
just the CSCA only, not management, not classified management.
Yeah. So I was making an assumption, but I wanted to confirm that. But anyway, my point is that this is a sentiment to, the hard work and dedication for the labor unions, and just wanted to take that time to express appreciation that this work has gone smoothly. And one thing that CSEA has been really proud of the last several years is, the smooth negotiations, interest-based, application, and really appreciative. So thank you.
All right. Unless there's any other comments, I'm looking for a motion.
I'll so move it.
Second.
Okay, first and seconded, and you can vote electronically. Looking for one more vote. There we go. 4-0. Thank you very much. And from the back of the room, we have Aaron. You're up next. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, this one's mine. This
right.
one is coming from the operations team, so I'm going to take it.
Got it. Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Rajabzadeh, he is taking a little bit of time off, so I will take this item. So we worked closely, two things. This is a playground replacement at Moore Elementary School. This is their main playground. The district has been evaluating all our playground equipment, and we have either been maintaining and improving the existing playground structure if there's life in them, and the ones that have been identified at end of life, we have been replacing those. And so that some of our two newer schools, those playground equipments were installed with the original school are now due for replacement. So the structure has been there since 1998, so it's close to 27 years old. And we are recommending its replacement with the Miracle Play system that went through a process that we engaged with the principal, the staff, and students, and are bringing forward a contract with Miracle Play Systems through their Sourcewell contract, which allows us to contract with them for both the purchase and installation, and the amount is for $488,107.29. And we hope that this gets passed so that we can lock in the prices before any impacts from tariffs and other things.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Hearing none, looking for a motion?
I'll motion to approve it.
I'll second.
Okay, first and seconded. Trustee Dmitriev?
Yes.
Okay, that passes 5-0. All right, now you're up, Aaron. Okay, go for it. All right, just for clarity for anyone that may be listening, we are now talking about the Miracle Play Systems agreement for Moore Elementary School playground renovation. Oh, sorry. We are now talking about the delegation of authority for the Assistant Superintendent of Business Services to enter into contracts for Harvest Park Middle School hardcourt renovation. Thank you.
All right. So we're here tonight. Request delegation of authority to execute the contract for the Harvest Park Middle School hardcourt renovation project with a not-to-exceed amount of $1.2 million. This is within our established budget for the project. The scope of work includes improvements to the asphalt, installation of pickleball courts, restriping of basketball courts, among other amenities. This project was developed in collaboration with the Harvest Park Middle School principal and key stakeholders. We did receive 3 bids on May 13th. Ordinarily, we would bring these bids to the board to approve them. However, at that point, the bid protest period hadn't elapsed, so we couldn't publish the apparent winner. So with that, I will ask for the approval to delegate that authority, and then we will be bringing the contract back in June to ratify.
Okay. Just for clarity, we're giving delegation of authority to Ahmad?
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. Go ahead, Trustee McCaughey.
I just have not a specific question, but just a thank you. As a resident in that area, I got the postcard notification for the communication, community outreach. I can't remember if that's already taken place or it's
No,
coming.
I think it's next week. Yeah.
Perfect. I think that's great that you're continuing to do that outreach with additional projects that are coming by, and I assume you're doing that with many different projects, not just obviously that particular campus, but that's something that I don't recall being done a few years ago, so I really appreciate that work being done. So super excited to see that work being done. So it'll be done over the summer?
Yes, so this will be done over the summer, and we do, just on the side, we do 2 community meetings, one to talk about scoping, and then one prior to the start of work to inform the neighbors of the upcoming project. So.
Great, and so the movement of the work will obviously go into the parking lot, so it won't impact traffic or anything like that?
So we'll work with We'll work with our contractor on a site logistics plan. The most logical would be using that parking lot as staging, but we'll have to learn a little bit more about what their plan is.
All right, well, I'm sure we'll see the action. Thank you.
Great.
All right, any other questions? Otherwise, I'm looking for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve this item.
All right.
Second.
First and seconded. Trustee Dimitriev?
Yes.
Okay. All right, that passes 5-0. And then I'm going to hand this over to Interim Superintendent Geisels for the discussion on employment agreement for the Assistant Superintendent Ed Services.
Thank you, President Brown and trustees. I'm going to give a background and rationale for all 3 items, K, L, and M. They're the same background and rationale for all 3. The first one up is for the Assistant Superintendent, Deputy Superintendent of Educational Services at Dialazzo. In all 3 of these cases, of course, they have to be voted on separately. These are this is a recommendation to extend their contract 1 year through June 30th, 2028. They received a 1% raise, and they took 3 days of furlough from 220 days to 217 days exclusively for the 25-26 school year. And this action's been taken. This one is specifically to extend their contract an extra year. Usually assistant superintendents on contract have 3-year contracts. They've just used their first year of their 3-year contract, so they have 2 years left. This will extend it a 3rd year. There's no impact of any kind fiscally to the district with this extension. So my recommendation is that the board approve the updated employment agreement with Ed Dialazzo, Assistant Superintendent of Education Services, and my rationale stands for all 3 items.
All right, any questions? Trustee McCaughey?
Yeah, so I apologize. There was a Q&A question about this, but I didn't really understand how it was phrased. So I'm looking at the Executive Cabinet salary schedule. Maybe for the benefit of anyone who's watching online, if you could pull it up. So the way the language says is it's crossing out, so this is referring to the step 4.
So
are you specifically talking about item K so that staff can bring up the appropriate one? Item K?
Item 2.1, base salary, is that what you are?
Well, it has the chart, Executive Cabinet salary schedule, and then has Assistant Superintendent Business Services, 220 days, and then it goes to the step 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then in the description and the narrative is talking about how it says, under K, it says the updated employment agreement aligns the position updated for the Executive Cabinet salary, which temporary reduction from 220 to 217 with step 4 adjusting accordingly. But, so there's no numbers with that. So that's why I'm not understanding that. So it says numbers, there's no numerical data with that. So could you explain that?
Trustee McCosh, are you speaking about the actual contract language or the numbers on the actual salary schedule?
Look, I'm reading the financial impact. It says, it's just the statement doesn't really make sense, and I apologize. It's 10 to 10 at night, so I'm tired. But it says, which reflects a temporary reduction in work days from 220 to 217 days, with step 4 adjusted accordingly. But there's no mathematical computation with that. So 220 days to 217 days, what was the financial difference? Because it's not, it alludes to it, but it's not stated. I'm looking at the, like, under financial impact, literally under item K.
I think the probably I can understand why there's a confusion of the way that financial impact is written. Just to clarify it, what we did is, as Marie said, we extended the contract 1 year, and then the contract itself had a salary schedule embedded in it. We removed that because we didn't want to. We wanted to reference what PERS and STIRS are recommending is that the salary schedule needs to be published and on the website. So we have a published salary schedule, and so we're basically in the contract pointing to the salary schedule. In the salary schedule for 24-25, there was a 1% increase, and that's reflected in the contract for 220 days. The adjustment that was made for 25-26 is that it's the same salary schedule. The only change is the work days is 217. So the daily rate is exactly the same, but it's multiplied by the 217. And so you can look at any of the steps you look at, they are reduced by 3 work days from the 24-25 salary schedule. That's only for that year.
Right, but so, hold on. If they went from 220 days to 217, there was a reduction.
Yes.
But where is that notated in these documents?
So the reduction is in the salary schedule. There's 2 salary schedules that are attached.
Correct.
The first one is 24-25. There's no workday reductions. It's just, it is the salary schedule that was adjusted by the 1% that the board approved. In the salary schedule for 25-26, the daily rate doesn't change. The annual changes. So if you pull both of them up and you do the math, you'll see one of them has been multiplied by 220. The other one has been multiplied by 217. And so therefore, if we will get less money in 25-26 because there's 3 days less. It's 261, the other one's 265.
It's a net difference of about 3,600.
Right, but it could have been displayed a lot easier. So, I mean, not just for me as a trustee, but for the public to look at this. That was a very lengthy explanation. It should have been, boom, 217 days is this amount, 220 days this amount, cut and dry. Because you're saying that there's no difference in the contract and we're extending it a year, but there's a lot of calculations that it's actually not necessarily true, because this in 2025, 217 days, you guys got less money into there are some nuances there. It should have been clear. And I guess my question to the bigger point is, so if we're extending it another year, to what Maurice you were saying, it's a 3-year contract, so we're extending it one more year. So is that actually that this contract is going for 4 years?
No, it's going for 3 years. So currently they have 3-year contracts with 1 year finished just June 30th, and then they have 2 more years.
So why are we calling it an extension for 1 more year? That doesn't make sense.
Well, because it ends in 2 years, so it is an extension of the contract for another year. I mean,
okay, so this is my point. I have issues with this because there's some significant changes down the road. There's a longevity piece in this particular contract where it's extended for 1 more year. We're talking about making changes down the road with our at a district level of not necessarily considering some of these benefits. And so I feel uncomfortable just passing this through as one more extension. I would have preferred to have a deeper dive with the board to take a look at these contracts. What do we want to do with the executive cabinet moving forward? We're hiring a new superintendent. We're talking about making adjustments for contracts down the road. I want to have it all aligned. So I know we're going on 5 more minutes before we have to extend the meeting, but I just wish we would have had more of a discussion than just tacking on an extension. That said, I appreciate what everyone's doing in the executive cabinet, your work, and you've been here. Ahmad and Ed, you guys have been since I've been a trustee, so this has nothing specific to your actual work and dedication to the district. It's really about alignment of the contracts and what we're doing long term. So I have mixed feelings about this.
Okay. Comments, Mary Jo?
Yes. I would like to, first of all, personally thank you for taking those furlough days. You didn't have to do that. And the year before that, with the not taking the Me Too clause. I appreciate your dedication to this district, and I wish that I had $1 million more that I can give you guys, because you guys are amazing and you keep the district running. So I just want to say that I'm fully in favor of supporting this, and I just want to let you know how much I appreciate you.
Okay. Any other comments?
Can I make a motion? Oh.
Well, I'd like to make a comment. So I don't think it's unclear that, I mean, as part of the board reductions we did earlier in the year, the executive cabinet self-selected to offer up 3 workdays. The daily rate hasn't changed. The annual rate and what they're giving up isn't offset by the 1%. So at the end of the day, this district wouldn't run without the 3 people over there. And I think it's ordinary and customary to have a rotating 3-year contract that gets extended annually. I think it's normal. I think it's ordinary. I think the staff deserves the commitment from this board for the hard work that they put in to keep this district running. The amount of things that we've been through in the last year to balance the budget, to do the reductions with grace and dignity to our staff, we owe the same grace and dignity to the executive cabinet by extending these contracts tonight. So,
Justin, I would like to say something. First, in my first year with you guys, it has been a privilege serving with you. It's definitely been a learning curve. Also, I know how much this sucks. To have your contract and your job discussed in public in front of everyone is not a pleasant experience. I do not envy you. I've done it a couple of times. It's not fun. To part of Kelly's point, I do think that it would have been good to actually show on here for the public that we would be saving about $3,600 per person, so that we can show, one, we could show the public, oh look, we're actually saving about $10,000 or $11,000 practically, because a lot of times we do get hit by people saying that, you know, we're spending a lot of money, we're bringing things up, but this was an example of us actually reducing in some form. So I think that would have been good for the public to see and for us to be able to show we are doing that work. I do think things like longevity and that should be looked at in a future situation. My concern would be doing it now in the middle of also looking for potentially a new superintendent. That's a lot to have happen at one time, but I do think that it's potentially a conversation to have. But for now, I think we should move with some caution on the direction that we want to go. So I just wanted to add myself into that.
all right, thank you for those comments. Okay, one more quick comment.
So I'm going to, just to be brief, for consistency purposes, I will be voting based upon principle. I appreciate what everyone said, and I know that we've come a long way in this board of respecting different opinions. I do want to bring back down the road looking at contracts in alignment all across the board, from superintendent down to executive cabinet, get contracts in for management potentially down the road, so we're consistent. And so I had a similar vote recently for the manager, so I will be voting based upon principle only. Thank you.
All right. 9:59. Do I need to pause this item? And no, because we still have one more item after that, and we got to vote 3 times.
So do I make a motion to extend it for 10 minutes?
Let's do 15 or 20 because we still have the board reports.
Okay. I make a motion to extend the meeting no later than 10:20.
All right. All right. First and seconded. Trustee Dimitriev?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, we can just do verbal.
Aye.
Aye. All right, sounds good. Meetings extended no later than 10:20. Going back, I'm looking for a motion on item K, please.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay. Trustee Dimitriev, you need to stay out of this one, I'm afraid. All right. Okay, that passes 3-1. Same on item L. Looking for a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve.
I will second.
Want me to do verbal? Would it be faster? Oh, there we go. All right, same 3-1. And item M.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I will second.
I love the efficiency. Here we go. There we go. 3-1. All right. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for all the hard work you do for this district. Moving on to item N, it's the addition of a regular board meeting. We foresee that we may need an additional regular meeting on June 5th, 2025, and this meeting would be held at 6 p.m. in the district office here on Thursday, June 5th. So I'm looking for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, first and seconded. Trustee Dimitriev, preferential?
Yes.
Okay, passes 5-0. Item N. Moving on to board reports and requests. Board members may report on meetings they've attended, update community on objectives and district goals, and request additional information. I will just keep it in sequential order. Trustee Dimitriev?
I'll share 3 things. First of all, in the high schools, we had AP testing, so AP testing is over. So thankfully, everybody that is taking AP test is free. So school is coming to an end. Second thing I'll share is Dr. Gazos came over to Amador. He's coming over to Foothill next week, I believe. He talked about bathrooms to the leadership classes. I was actually there. So we just had I think Mr. Diaz was there too. We just had like a info gathering, what's going on the ground, and it'll continue pick up, I think, next year. That's where it'll pick up. And then the third thing I'll share is I went to Donlin yesterday, which was on my elementary school for the senior walk, so it was really cool to come back, see. And then what's crazy is like the school is so much smaller now. I've literally grown out of the school, yeah. Yeah, so that's it. Thank you.
Awesome. I like taking my younger kids to the high schools because they're like, oh, it's so big. All right, go ahead, Trustee Carrion.
Yeah, so we all attended the PUSD joint meeting. I got to go to LaSalle and Donlin for their open house, which was amazing. And then we attended the Evening of Black Excellence. I loved that. And tomorrow I'm really excited because I get to go to LaSalle when they have the little walk through the graduates. And I'm going to take a picture with my former second graders. I love that. So awesome. So thanks.
All right, Trustee Jones.
All right, so I did a lot last 2 weeks. First off, I went to the Amador Dons Club hockey semifinal where they beat Granada, and then I also went to their finals where they competed against De La Salle. Unfortunately, De La Salle came out on top on that one, but they did a phenomenal job. So congratulations to our Amador Dons hockey club. I went to the band cake breakfast as well, where I got to see Mr. Grantham take a pie to the face in between bidding, and the students did a phenomenal job of their performances. I also went to the May Day Hawaiian Festival, which was a lot of fun. I try to go every single year. It's a great community event. I did the joint PUSD city one, obviously. We all got to say hello. I also did PVA's open house, where I saw some of you as well, and that was a lot of fun to see the student projects that they had done. Oh man, I also did Valley View's open house, which was a lot of fun seeing both the DLI and then all these different teachers and their art projects that they had throughout the year. I went to the Evening of Black Excellence, which was a phenomenal performance to go to as well. And one of the ones I really loved was the Welcome to Mariachi's Fiesta that they did. That was like over 180 students all on the stage at one point, singing, dancing, and performing music, playing instruments. It was a lot of fun. The instructors are phenomenal for that, so it's a program to be proud of. And then the last one I did, which I thought was really cool too, was at Alisal, and that was the spring inter-school cricket tournament that was being hosted, where 4 of our elementary schools were in it. Moore, Fairlands, Donlin, and Walnut Grove were all in it. They were the first and second place teams, by the way. They were combined together. Donlin and Walnut combined together to become Donut, which was a fun team name. And so it was really fun to see these kids at such a young age just really enjoying and having fun with the sport. But yeah, so and just a couple of things to think of. One of the ones from our community was considering flying the Progress Pride flag in October, like Dublin does, looking at that policy for them. And then the last one was our website does have LGBTQ information. So I just wanted to let everyone know it's aware. If you type in LGBTQ, you can find that. But one quick, easy fix for our website that we could do is making it so that if you type in the individual, gay, lesbian, bisexual, or transgender, that it links to that, because right now it doesn't, and I think that's why so many people are missing the connection to find it. Thank you.
All right. Trustee McCaughey?
In interest of time, I'm not going to repeat some of the events that we've all had a chance to attend. One event I attended this past weekend, I alluded to in a couple other comments, was I went to Sacramento for the California School Board Association Delegate Assembly, where I was able to convene with other school board trustees across the state. I was able to lead a group activity with about 60 other trustees, basically mobilizing some key questions, and it was an interesting assignment. We had to identify pros and cons for implementation of the no phone use policy, which is actually I believe it's Assembly bill or Senate bill that's coming down the pipeline. And so it was very, very interesting to listen to other districts and how they're handling those policies, what works, what doesn't. And an interesting fact is 65% of our districts are rural, so it's very interesting to see some of their challenges, and then also impacting, like what we were talking about tonight, about access to technology. Well, there's schools that live up in the mountains and they can't even get a hotspot to get access to technology. So it was just really interesting to see some of the challenges that our students are facing across the state. It's a great opportunity to network, so we'll have additional opportunities down the road to have other trustees be a part of the delegate assembly, and I definitely encourage others to apply. The next event, we meet annually twice, so the next event will be in December, which I'll represent Pleasanton, and I was proud to be there. So that's it. Thank you.
All right. I attended the PPIE board meeting, and that was a good session as always. I always learned something there, and I appreciated their presentation earlier tonight. I missed the PMS open house because we were doing the city liaison meeting, but I did get to attend the Hearst open house, and they had a wonderful display of their art pieces across all the grades in the MU, and it's just fun visiting with your kids' teachers and having your kid take you around and show you all the things. that they do in the classroom. So kudos to all of our teachers at all of the schools that hosted open houses and all that they do to showcase the wonderful things they give to our students. And then obviously we conducted superintendent interviews yesterday, and we are following up with in-person interviews next week, and we'll inform the community as and when we progress in that process. And with that said, we have upcoming board meetings on June 12th and 26th, as well as the newly added one on June 5th. So with that, I will adjourn this meeting at 10:10 on Thursday, May 22nd.